Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer word tonight's Saturday stream. I hope you all are doing very, very well tonight. I hope you guys are doing nice and fine and dandy tonight. If not, I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. Depending on your perspective of things, it's kind of a maybe like a gray pill. I think we can call things a gray pill tonight. Overall, I mean, there's definitely a little bit of black mixed in there, but I have some other things that kind of sort of kind of even things out, more or less there. Um, we'll get into it a little bit later. Obviously, first and foremost, I do have to do a little bit of foreplay, ease into things. You don't want to get, raw dogging it right from the get-go. We're not going to be adding any sanity to this pussy. That's not a pleasant experience. That's not a pleasant experience unless you're African. And that's your favorite way of handling things. But I hope we're not African here. So, we will slowly but surely, ease into it. But how is everybody? Just to add a little bit of the little socialism into things. It's been a hot minute since I've asked you guys how you've been. I've been kind of bad on that. Just ever so slightly bad on that. But how have you guys been so far? Cause I'm vibing. Things aren't bad. Things aren't like oh, amazing, awesome news. But things aren't like, horrible either, right? Things are just, it's another day that ends on Y, but it's a good kind, right? Nice, chill, slow, that kind of stuff. Watching from the office, I'm supervising some low voltage installation. Well, that's not so bad. Just don't get in trouble for watching a stream, okay? Be good little boys and do your job. Hopefully out of here soon. Good. Hopefully you can we go home and relax then. Life is going all right. Boss wants to give me a raise. Hell yeah! Congrats on that. I hope you do get that raise. I hope it's a good raise too. More than just like 25 cents. So 25 cents does add up. Hi, I'm all just coming back from my niece's first birthday party. Oh, well, congrats. I'm glad that your family's having, actually having kids there. And 1 year old. I hope that was a nice, pleasant experience. Nice. I flipped off a coworker on my way into work this morning. He was mad, LMAO. Why'd you flip off your coworker? What? That's so random. Like, yeah, fuck you, buddy. Rewatching Revenge of the Sith for the 4th time this month. Anakin is literally me for real. I hope you're being hyperbolic because we're only halfway through April. In fact, we're closer to the, I guess we're getting closer to the end of April, right? It's the 18th, which is kind of scary. Like, every single time it gets close to the end of the month, I've said it every single time this year so far. January, February, March, and now that it's April, I'm going to say the exact same thing that I said before the past few months, is that I really feel like I haven't done anything. Oh, like, it's April 18th. We're getting close to the end of April. I'm just like, what have I actually done with my life? I've streamed. But what else have I done? I feel like I'm not doing anything. I actually have to pay attention to the dates. Back when I was like working in the office, I didn't really have to pay attention to the dates because, show up at the office Monday through Friday, right? And then every once in a while some Saturdays. No big deal. Or like even at Walmart, still just like show up. Like, and it just like, okay. And then the day's over. But now I actually pay attention to the dates and I'm just like, wow. What's happening? Nothing's happening. What am I doing with my life? I'm useless. I'm a waste of space. Oh my god. And then the new month starts and I'm like, yeah, this month I'm gonna actually do something. And the next thing I know, we're halfway to 2/3 of the way of the month again. And I'm like, wow, I haven't done anything again. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. But anyway, I got my little existential, you know what I'm trying to say there, crisis, because I was like, how did you watch Revenge of the Sith for 4 times in 1 month? It's a little bit concerning. Nothing ever happens. Literally for real in this case. The guy was speeding, overtaking a lot of people on the road. Then when he pulled up to the right, the light next to me outsped him. Stupid civic drivers. Ah, okay. I mean, I really, I don't know. Maybe it's like a man thing, but like, I don't think that's that big of a deal. But I know guys get like easily into the competitive spirit, especially when it comes to like driving, right? And racing. It's something very like male coded there. And I just wouldn't really care that deeply about it. To flip off my coworker and possibly cause problems between him for it. But you know what? I'm only slightly judging because I don't understand. Oh, well, you got your taxes done, right? That is true. I did get my tax. Oh my god, my taxes were such a pain in the ass. Thank God. I am so fucking lucky that my sister's an accountant and she literally does taxes for people as her fucking job, because my taxes were such a pain in the fucking ass. We spent like a week on them. Like, we called like and had like 2 to 3 hour phone calls. And I guess to be fair, we didn't talk about taxes for the entirety of each phone call, but for the good chunk of it, like 3 times in 1 week. It was a whole fucking process to get through them. Do not recommend. I hate taxes. And every single time I have to do my taxes, I think about the Somalians and I'm like, wow, do I really want to pay this? Do I really want to pay my taxes? I really just don't, like, when the call comes where we all like band together and be like, okay, yeah, we're not gonna pay our taxes, I will be the first one in line to not pay my fucking taxes. Yeah. But for legal reasons, I do not advocate for that. But if hypothetically that day were to ever occur, that situation may or may not happen. Oh, hey Ava, what's up? Hey, this crappily named build is in my state, so I'm giving it a read. Over. It looks like they're trying to use existing anti-doxing laws and attempt to extend them to companies to draw benefits from California about public services. Okay, interesting. They shouldn't have named it like Stop Nick Shirley Act. That's like the worst name you could possibly have to do it. And honestly, I still, even with the horrible name behind it, if it is simply just like they're trying to use existing anti-doxing laws and attempt to extend them to companies that draw benefits from California's public services, I still don't support that, because I do think it's important that we know what companies are getting benefits from the government, whether that be state, local, or federal. Like I would like to know who's leeching off my tax dollars. But I believe it or not, I don't like where my taxes are being funded, and so I would like something to be done about them, some way, shape, or form. And if the government's not going to do it, then what Nick Shirley or Tyler Oliveira is doing is, I think, actually good for the public service. But tonight he released a video earlier today, going through it, so that's what we're gonna be reacting to. In this case, it's a 25-minute video that we're gonna be reacting to. They released today. I think companies don't deserve these protections. Yes, they're fucking awful. These anti-doxing laws are to protect the little guy, not the citizen, not the company who's mooching off our government. Oh, 100%. Like, doxing's awful, but it's only for the regular person, the regular Joe, who's just anon posting online and for shits and giggles, or actually speaking out against the government, or just whatever the case is. Like, it really doesn't actually matter what you're doing. Like, you shouldn't have people, even if you show your real face and name, you shouldn't have people posting your address and where your different aspects of your family live, of your actual real job, whatever the case is. And it's that, because the whole point is to paint a target on your back, so then people go after you. Like, most people won't, thankfully, but if you're popular enough or piss off enough people, there will be at least one crazy that will try to harm you. in some way, shape, or form, whether it be calling your workplace and trying to get you fired, or actually showing up at your house and doing something despicable. Because that's just how the internet is, and that's just how people are. It's absolutely abysmal, and that shouldn't be happening to regular people, regardless of whatever you do online. Showing real face or being anonymous, like, once again. But for companies, no. The whole different aspect happened there. Corporations are not people. Taxes are optional in the United States, at least for a decade. Caleb Hammer's guest convinced me of that. You see, you have to be a certain skin color or a certain minority just in general. I say minority, quote unquote, here, for that to happen. I do know white people do it as well. I know, but it usually is certain groups that definitely get past that. And it's really frustrating because it really is just a very small percentage of actual people who have jobs and pay their taxes, and the grand scheme of things just completely funding like the rest of it. Oh god, I don't have the UBI post pulled up, and it's gonna take me forever to fucking get it. But there was this one post that broke down with rough estimates about people who like pay their taxes and how it's all being funded, and it basically is just UBI already created. And I talked about it on stream before, but it's definitely very blackpilling, extremely blackpilling there. Speaking of doxing, what happened to Hallie Mutant just proves this shit's gonna get worse. I mean, yes, but I shouldn't have read your comment out, because technically, okay, I know he's making a joke about it and the cat's out of the bag, but when somebody gets doxed, you don't talk about it. Like, even like you don't talk about the dox. You don't, like, even when you yourself have been doxed, right? You don't bring it up because it's a Streisand effect. You make people aware that it's even happening, and if they're not like terminally online, they're not gonna be even aware if that's occurring. And then you bring it up, and they're like, oh, and then some people will get curious and they start searching for it. So no matter what the situation is, if someone gets doxed, just ignore it. Don't bring it up, because you're just going to cause a Streisand effect in that case. And no matter, you can talk about doxing and how bad it is, and kind of use it as an example without actually bringing up the person's name. Be like, oh, there's this one case where somebody got doxed and X this and this happened type of deal. We don't actually bring up their name because, once again, Streisand effect. And I am now a part of that now, which is not exactly the greatest, but I did it to myself. But I'm just a girl and your IRS form is payment. I fucking wish I could. I feel like women shouldn't be in the workforce and they shouldn't have credit cards. So therefore, since I am just a girl, I shouldn't pay my taxes since I'm not in the workforce. XOXOXO. Do you think the IRS would be happy with that? Do you think they'd be okay with me if I did that? White men are the only demographic that pay a positive amount in the taxes. That is true. And it's, oh god, once again, I kind of wish I had the statistics pulled up, but I wasn't exactly planning on talking about this, was I? But then again, I should just have like my statistics folder like on standby for certain things. And oh, but it's like, if I remember correctly on the chart, like white men, or what was it, whites in general, was like the only one that was a positive, and it was actually a really low number still overall, versus the Hispanics, and then especially the blacks. Like, the graph was just so, it was a big graph, only because of how much of a net negative the Hispanics and the black population was on the net, like on the benefits for taxes wise, right? Not benefits, sorry. I'm not using the proper words here. It's just a net drain, essentially. And I was just like, oh my fucking god, this is... Because not even how much of positive that the white people put in the taxes was enough to even get close to fixing a drop of between the Hispanic and the black populations, how much they were draining from it. And we have UBI already. It's just not for everyone. That's not gonna work to avoid paying taxes, I'm afraid. Uh, Instead, become a sovereign patriot state with me on my fleet of reclaimed sailboats. Yes, modern pirates. Join me, Amal. I would fucking love that. I talked about it the other day in chat about like, cause I know you have a boat of your own. That you used to sail around beforehand until it got stolen in Mexico. But like oh god, if I didn't want to like get married and have kids, I would totally just sail around the ocean. Like if I was a guy, right? It's just actually had like really did actually have a dick. Other than swinging around, I would totally just get like a houseboat and just sail around. Obviously, that kind of requires like a work from home kind of job of some sorts. But you know, let's say hypothetically, I'm still a content creator, even as a dude. Perfect. I would get a houseboat and I would just spend my years on that. It'd be amazing. I would love that, but alas, I have a vagina, and so that's not my purpose in life. No. Why not? You can just do stuff and you can stream from the boat. Yeah, but like that. See, the thing is, like, if I want to meet a man, that kind of reminds me, needs me to be inland and be a little bit more stable, because boating around the world is not exactly like stable. Right, you're moving around a little bit too much. And depending on how big your boat is, it can be a little bit cramped. It's funny, I have books on midwifing on a boat. Raising babies entirely impossible on the water. Okay, hold on. You're saying there's a chance. Now I just need a guy who'll be actually willing to boat with me and raise a child while we are sailing on the water. Cause now that would really be the dream. But the boat, like, I know the boat would probably already be kind of expensive. And then I know the maintenance of it's also a pain in the ass. And then the guy has to be able to work from home, because I want to be a stay-at-home mom, right? I want to be a homemaker. So, like, I guess I would try to do my best taking care of the maintenance on the boat as much as I could. So I'm sure I know there's a lot of, like, actual manual hard labor that goes into it, too. But I would do my best. So I had to find a guy who's actually going to be willing to do that, has a job that he can basically work from the boat. And be willing to have kids also on the boat, too. That seems like having the same amount of standards of like 6-pack, 6 foot, and 6 figures. I feel like finding a guy like that who could do all of that would be a little bit more difficult. Would be a little bit on the more difficult side. But living is something both men and women can handle, frankly. Yeah, see, there's a reason why it's a bit rare. Because there's so many difficulties into it. And I just... not like I've done it myself, so maybe I'll try it, and then like within 6 months I'd be sick of it too. So then all that investment kind of goes down the drain, right? Yeah, I'll just stay in my dad's basement. My dad's planning on letting me inherit his sailboat when he gets back from the other side of the world. That's awesome! I would love that. That's great. Though hopefully, you know, your dad still enjoys it as much as he can. Don't want to rush him out. Don't want to rush him out of his boat. That idea is batshit insane. Well, it's a fantasy for a reason. I know it's not realistic, but a girl can dream, okay? A girl can dream. We can make money, see passage inland during hurricane season. Okay. Long as the place isn't completely destroyed, depending on where we, you know, keep our boat at, and where we go in the meantime. If we stay in Florida during hurricane season, we're probably not going to be making much money. But if we put our boat someplace safe where it's not going to be completely destroyed and we head to mainland, might not be so bad. Strike a deal with Poseidon, promise him the divine offspring as long as sailing is smooth. Listen, I would do that in a heartbeat. I will give him as many kids as he possibly could want, as I can possibly bear without completely dying, right? Actually, frankly, I would probably do it with even without asking for sailing to be smooth. But you know, that could definitely be a benefit. You gotta start with a normal boat, of course. If you really like it, get a proper houseboat. Well, I've been on a boat multiple times before. I like boating. I've never actually driven a boat before myself. I've been a little bit too scared. But I've been on a boat several times in my life. I've been on a jet ski before too. I love the water. I've been snorkeling before. I just like water in general. I wanted to become an oceanographer for the longest time when I was a kid. Not a marine biologist, specifically an ocean biographer. I'm not sure why I'm struggling with English so much today. Is it because I've not spoken all day? Because I've said a single lick of English until stream started? Oh, problems. Alright, I'm off the prep for my Kick concert. See you around the mall. Well, good night. Thank you for stopping by. I hope good luck with your Kick concert. If you're still live, then I'll probably raid you. For your daughters, lol. No. I'm not gonna offer my daughters. I'll offer him kids myself. Would he settle for a cabin on the lake? Hell yeah! I would love a cabin on the lake! Oh! That's another dream that I know it's not gonna be realistic either. I don't live anywhere near like the nice woodland cabins and the lakes and all that fun stuff. But lakefront property is also really expensive too. But it's all just a dream. It's all just a dream. I just want water. Like, really, what I want land, and my main thing is I want trees, and I want some sort of water source. Like a stream, a river, a lake, an ocean, you know, some sort of water source. Obviously, the bigger you get, and the fancier you get, you know, like a water, like we're going to Tennessee mountains where the waterfalls are at. You know, that's gonna be more expensive, and that's more fantastical and unrealistic. But you know, that is a girl's dream. I just want to live out in the woods with a nice river or stream going by that's nearby the house that I could walk to on a daily basis and explore and have fun. Take the kids to, and just have a good time. Just have a good time. How about a studio apartment 10 minutes from a lake? I mean, that's actually pretty nice if it's 10 minutes away from the lake, but I don't really want to live in an apartment. Amal, you might want to be careful about offering to have a child with one of the Roman gods. Remember, Zeus became a bull to fuck a girl? Listen, if it's a god, I'm not going to complain. Okay, I know, listen, my standards might be like dog shit, but if a god wants to fuck me, right? I'd like, not just God, the Christian god, right? If some sort of like one of the pantheon gods from the olden days, right, wants to fuck me and I have their kid, I'm not gonna complain how we do it, because for some reason a god found me attractive enough to have their child and wants me to bear their child. I would be honored. I would be absolutely honored. I know Zeus has done some absolute abhorrent things before, which I would prefer to not do that. But at the end of the day, I guess it's just a preference, because if a god wants to have a child with me, you know what? Hey. Joke's on you, she's into that. See, you understand. What happens if Cthulhu hits you up? Well, listen, it's still a god. I'm still gonna be bearing the child of a god. Beggars can't be choosers. Of course she doesn't have a problem with that, considering her liking of werewolves. Women do have an interest in the more bestial creatures that I will neither confirm nor deny if I'm just like the other girls when it comes to that. What if Ship Niggeroth wants to tap that? I've never heard of that, but with the name, with the nice, crisp N-word placed into that name. What is this? Oh, from Lovecraft, okay. I mean, it's tentacles, and tentacles are really fucking hot. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no to that. That's like literally one of my fantasies is literal tentai. Tentai is unironically really hot. So I'm not gonna say no. Oh. Never ask a white woman how she feels about her dog. Hey, ayo, ayo, ayo. What about Yakub? Would he bear his child? Fuck no, he's too black. You don't want a god to father your child? They tend to be deadbeats, and taking care of the demigod yourself's gotta be a nightmare? Yes, but I still have a demigod as a child. And as long as I'm not a horrible mother, which I probably will be since I'm a single mother, but still, you know. Or maybe, you know what, chat? You know what, chat? I could be the quintessential evil woman, and I could just find some poor sucker, and you know what? I'll just say it's his child. I'll just say it's his child instead. That solves the single motherhood problem. I still get to raise a demigod. Hey, there we go. Oh god, that is so evil. So fucking evil. But if women do it, for regular guys, then I feel like doing it for a god and a demigod. Hey, listen. Straight to Agartha. Well, remember that Zeus fucking the woman as a bull created the Minotaur. Are you trying to have a counter argument here? I'm just finding good reasons. I'm just seeing more and more reasons to have a child with a god. Is this the Respecting Women Club? Oh yeah, we respect women very, very strongly here. We love women dearly. We don't bash them on a regular fucking basis for shits and giggles. fuck me in my ass, cause I love Jesus. That's where we're at. Okay, enough of this degenerate nonsense of women being whores here. Never mind. I thank you, Beardmaster, for the $10 dues. Here. You thinking a god would you thinking a god would want you to bear his child as a privilege sounds exactly like the woman you thought were special because Sukino took interest in them. Yeah, there's a difference between a there's a difference between a random guy who's just rich and famous, right? And he like maybe I shouldn't call him random because he is obviously rich and famous, versus a literal god with powers who can shapeshift, turn into animals, call lightning down, and strike and smite men. You know, like the whole whatever else Zeus can do. Actually, you know, he is the leader, right? He is the top dog of all the Greek pantheon gods, right? Like there is where we're talking about a literal immortal being with crazy insane powers versus another rich fuckboy. And not to mention, I'm not asking for a relationship with the god. I'm asking to bear his child. I know I'm not special enough to actually have a specific romantic relationship with him, right? Like Zeus fucks every woman he could possibly find. If there's nothing special there, I know I'm not that unique. I'm unique enough to be attractive, but that's about it, right? Right? In their eyes. Not like, oh, I'll be able to be the top girl in the harem. I'm a little bit dumb. But, okay, I'm actually very, very dumb. But I'm not that dumb. Amal, why do you let your intrusive thoughts come out of your mouth? Ah, you see, chatter. You see, honorable chatter here. There's this thing called I don't think before I speak. Like, actually, I literally do not think before I speak. I have 2 modes. It's either I'm silent and I have a million thoughts running through my head at all times, because I can't stop thinking and I can't like shut up that way. I'm 24/7 just constantly thinking about random fucking shit, past, present, future scenarios, all this other crazy stuff. Or I'm speaking and all those thoughts that are in my mind when I'm silent just come out. Come out. Like there's no thinking and then speaking process. It's literally just my thoughts. It's just my mouth opens and it just just noises come out. She is unable to think. True and real. True and real. I like to think I like to imagine your family thinks you're smart because you don't speak. Actually the case. Right? I was a good little boy. I got like straight A's in school. I had my extracurricular activities. I had a job. You know, I had my life relatively together, and they thought I was smart. I think they've learned their lesson at this point, but if they haven't, no, I'm pretty sure they have. I'm pretty sure they have. Yeah. And before I forget, thank you, Delta Cross, for the 50 shekels before stream occurred. Report! Meme squads have discovered that your audience is exhibiting increased cortisol levels. Reminder, your job is to keep the goy pacified, not agitated. Therefore, HQ demands you engage in a circus to show to stupefy your audience with dopamine overdosing. Meme out. And, for those who don't know, MEME stands for Mossad Entertainment Media Enforcement. And the media enforcement only wants me to react to this video. I'm not sure. Like, I'll try to get to it tonight. I want to get through the Nick Shirley stuff first. Because that is the main topic for tonight. But hey, I'm a cheap whore. 50 shekels or 50 shekels. And so we will probably react to it either tonight and maybe do like a little bit of extra long stream. Or Delta Cross did say that I can do this within like the next week or whenever, which I would rather do it sooner than later so I don't forget, because I have a memory of a goldfish. But we'll see. We will see on this. The thing is, now not speaking is now equated to autism. I guess, yeah, but like my parents, for all my mom's fault, right? My dad's a good dad, right? But like they also weren't like perfect parents, because no one's perfect parents either. But one thing, like, I'll go back to bashing my mom, because there's really no point to bash my dad and lump him into this group, because he was good. But like they never really like pushed me to have autism or anything like that, when actually there is a legitimate concern that I could possibly have autism, because I'm a toe walker. Like, even to this day, I still walk on my toes. And I need, like, I wear combat boots because I like combat boots a lot. And I just like boots in general. But it also helps me put my heels down when I do walk as well. Versus if I'm barefoot or have flip-flops or whatever the case is, I just immediately start toe walking. And so there's actually a possible case where I could actually have autism because of it. I looked it up a long time ago, and it's like, not all toe walkers are autistic, but lots of autists are toe walkers. It's like one of those scenarios. Like that kind of deal. And and I'm like, okay. Because the thing is, I don't think I have autism. Like, all jokes aside, I like to joke about it a lot, right? But like, I don't legitimately think I have autism, but I actually think autism is way overdiagnosed. And even then, I still think that there are a million different causes for why autism is like so prevalent. Like I think both can be true at the same time. It's overdiagnosed and it has become very common at the same time. And I believe in both at like I said at the same time. But I don't really think I have it. I really don't think I have it. Uh, little kids normally do that when autistic. Toe walking causes autism? Like, I don't think toe walking causes autism. I think the autism is supposed to cause the toe walking in this case. But, like, I don't really, and even in the case that, like, even if I am, like, actually autistic, then, like, I don't care. Because I'm still functional at the end of the day. Like, if I actually am autistic, I'm clearly high functional. I've had multiple jobs before in the past, right? I've had relationships. You know, I'm able to, you know, talk. And yeah, okay, I'm not English might not be my first language because I'm so fucking retarded. I can't fucking pronounce it properly, right? And I trip over my words a lot. I might be a toe walker. I might have hyper fixations on Zelda and Genshin and other various things and politics. But like, I'm still functional, right? Like I even if like those are all signs of autism, how are they bad? And not to mention everyone is deeply involved in their interest. In that case, okay, me struggling with speaking normally, not exactly a good sign, and I know it's one of my major faults, but I can still technically speak. I don't know. Like, I don't really think it's actually that big of a deal. It's just fun. It's fun to joke about, and you know, the toe walking does kind of concern me a little bit because I know it has fucked up my body. Like, it literally is one of the main causes why my body is so fucked up, like physically. But it just that doesn't seem like big of a deal. It just really doesn't seem that big of a deal. Autism is overdiagnosed based and true. It really is. Like, then we have this whole high functioning versus low functioning autism, and like I feel like the only autism that should be considered is the low functioning kind, where you have the drooling mouth, crossed eyed, banging head against the wall, and flailing around at like 20 years old type of deal. Like that's extreme, and that's more than likely real autism. The high functioning, yeah, a little bit of a different story. If you're that functional, autism doesn't really matter that much. Yes, yeah, that's my stance on it. Well, can be normal year average. Yes, basically that's my point. Like, I don't think I'm that special. Like, yeah, the toe walking's a little bit abnormal and apparently a sign of autism, but who cares? Other than the fact that I have, like, because of it, my physical body is a little bit screwed up, which is unfortunate, but that's a different case. Congrats on your autism. Well, thank you. Thank you. High function, you're just as fucked up, they're just better at hiding it. But if they can hide it and still act like a normal human being, then what's the problem? I was almost sent to one of the schools because of my condition. I'm on pace to graduate with honors in a year. Well, congrats that you're able to graduate with honors and that you didn't get sent to one of those schools, because that probably actually would have held you back, right? Because like as soon as a child gets diagnosed autism, they get all this like special stuff for them. And you know what? Some cases that's probably like for worst cases, okay, that kind of makes sense. But I just once you start handicapping a child, they get used to being handicapped and they can never actually grow and flourish. And yes, obviously some cases it's necessary to do so, but there's so many cases like yours where it shows that you don't actually handicap them. The child will learn and grow and develop normally. It just might be a little bit more of a pain. It's like, maybe it's not exactly a fair comparison here, but it kind of reminds me of how like young boys can't sit still in classrooms because they're young boys and they should be outside playing and working with their hands, and instead of sitting in classrooms that are specifically meant for girls. And then they get diagnosed with, you know, autism or ADHD, and they get put on Ritalin and a whole bunch of other drugs to calm them down at like 8 years old. Like that's That's kind of how I feel. Maybe not exactly the same. Maybe once again, it's not exactly the same experience here. Fair, but like, I just feel like as a society, a Western society, has taken and used all these a million different excuses for why these kids can't be normal, because we've injected all our food, our chemicals, our clothes, and just daily life with a whole bunch of carcinogenic crap, the vaccines, everything about that, and we just like shove it in everything, and then we start wondering why we have all these different problems. So on fixing the problems, and then two, allowing the kids to actually flourish and actually be normal kids. It just, and there's so, I know some of that what I guess is a little bit contradictory there, but that's because there's just so many problems at hand that need to be addressed that it's hard to just focus on one and be like, okay, that's the problem right there. That's the issue. Tackle that specific issue and everything's going to be fine and dandy. No. There's so many things wrong with current modern day society that just like scratching the fucking surface. Agreed. Eliminating ADD and ADHD with autism is probably one of the reasons why he's overdiagnosed. Yeah. What medicating away society's woes is a problem in itself? Exactly. Like, I saw this clip today. Well, I shouldn't say I saw it, right? I saw somebody caption the clip. I didn't actually watch it. But apparently, Trump was doing a press conference, or not a press conference, but he was answering questions or whatever the case is. And somebody was like, oh, well, 20% of women are on, antidepressants. And he kept on asking, okay, well, is that good? Are they working? Are they working? And the guy was just like, well, 20% of women are antidepressants. And Trump kept pushing back, oh, but are they working? Kind of missing the point that the fact that 20% of women are on antidepressants. Now, once again, I didn't actually watch the clip myself. I was just based off the caption there. But if that is true, it's distressing that there are people out there, including the president, that are more concerned about the antidepressants actually working and making these women functional, instead of addressing the fact that 20% of women are antidepressants. Like, women shouldn't be on antidepressants whatsoever, except in their like extreme cases for like, I don't know, PTSD, right? Like so something severe like that, where you were life-changing, where you actually cannot function because you've had such a traumatic event happen to you, and so you have to take these drugs just to be able to function, right? 20% of women should not be on antidepressants. We should not be medicating for every little problem in the world. Yep, but just because you get rid of the group of people actively making your life worse doesn't mean everything will be hunky-dory. There's no fix everything button, as much as I like to joke about it. Well, I guess it kind of depends on the context. With like, I know when it comes to like immigration, there's literally a fix everything button when it comes to immigration, because there's immigration, both legal and illegal, hurts so many aspects of life that if we actually took care of it properly, like a normal society, it would fix pretty much everything, including, you know, the woman's happiness index too. But there's also other ways to fix the woman's happiness index, like not putting them in the workforce, not sending them to college, where those are literally slut factories and they come out of it with double digits, that kind of deal. You know, and actually have them let them start having kids at the like early 20s. That would help a lot too. Various things like that. But what do I know? I'm a dumb woman on the internet. Yeah. I blame the pill for all our problems. Well, the pill is definitely a huge aspect of it, but it's not all of it either. It's fuck's sakes. If I actually had like a stream, and I'm too lazy to do this, because it probably won't be me. But maybe actually at the same time, okay, it's not gonna be me anytime soon. But I'm thinking to myself, actually, that would be kind of a good idea to have a very long stream where I go through every single reason why society has problems, but I go like more in depth with it. I don't like sit here and kind of like gloss over and rant about it in very like small formula, right? And move on to the next thing. I mean, like actually do a semi deep dive into every single reason why we have problems in society here. Because it's not just the pill, it's also the people who legalize the pill. But then we can start talking about the tiny hats. And when we get started about the tiny hats, that's its own like can of worms in itself. But even when we talk about the pill, then we have to talk about the after effects about the pill. And then why it was put in making mainstream in the first place, beyond just the tiny hats. But also because like the corporate side of things too. And it would... Oh, that wouldn't be a 12-hour stream. That would be like 24 hours right there. Because then we go from the pill to like the 60s in general with like the sexual revolution, and the suffragettes as well, and like women voting rights. Oh god, like that would take a lot of preparing and a lot of reading to do so, which I need to do the reading anyways. But also just that see that this is why it wouldn't be me. This is why it wouldn't be me. I guess it's better where people like home math or Mentis Wave or I can't other people do, or like Flight Farm Syracuse, right? All these different people do like videos on different aspects of it. Do like on one specific topic instead of like one encompassing video over everything, because that would just be an endless video. But at the same time, it would be kind of nice to have a one specific catalog of every reason why modern society has so many problems. It'd be interesting. It would be interesting. This sounds like a long form rant about things we cannot control. It wouldn't be just like a rant. Like I would try to like keep it slightly more professional. Get the statistics out. You know, get the pictures of the people who caused it, like do like a shit ton of research into it, and actually like make a proper deep dive stream. Maybe I guess it should probably just be better off as a video, but that requires editing, and I hate editing. And just kind of and do that. Even if you snap your fingers tomorrow, I wouldn't want to give up what little freedom a man has to create more workers for the elite. I don't know if I really agree with it, because we have a decent amount of freedom. I'm not gonna like deny that, but the freedom is more materialistic, not actual genuine freedom. In this case, like if everyone's upset, like obviously the dating scene's abysmal, and vast majority of men don't even have like not even girlfriends, right? The whole point of dating is for marriage. You should not be just dating just for the sake of dating and for fun, just to waste time, or whatever the case is. Dating is supposed to be for marriage. Like, and guys can even get girlfriends to even date for the possibility of marriage in that case. Women are going out and just being whores and getting these Jew daycare jobs and just allowing the GDP line to grow up, but they're not happy with themselves. Like the whole 20% of them on antidepressants. This is you know, that's just antidepressants. But like talk about like anxiety meds or just SSRIs in general, and then birth control added into it. Like people are just so deeply unhappy that I don't know. I would sacrifice a lot of freedom, or quote unquote freedom, to fix this. If I could. Personally, myself. Some bullshit. Now drink. Yes. Yes, wait. Bolshevis. Well, Bolshevis. Yes, esque. Now drink. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Eldrick Saga, for the $10 dose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You should watch Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. Is that a movie? I've never heard of that before. Never heard of it. Anyway, to avoid the existential crisis and all the problems society, all the woes and stuff like that, let's talk about a different problem and woe of society, called California. Now, I'm not one of those people who are like, yeah, we should build a wall around California, or hopefully with enough earthquakes, California drops off into the ocean and everyone in it sinks. That's literally a rant that my 7th grade science teacher would go on a daily basis. I'm not kidding. When I was in middle school, my 7th grade science teacher would rant about the gays in California and how he wishes California would just drop off into the middle ocean so they would all die. Probably not something a 7th grade teacher should be saying. And it pissed me off quite a lot because that was back when I was in SJW too. But looking back, I realized that, you know, maybe he but no, I don't actually believe that, right? Same like New York City with Zora Mamdani, right? There's people being like, oh, we should wall them off or whatever the case is and let them die to their terrible policies. No, that's not the solution, right? California and New York City are essential to America. They are purely American cities. They are quintessential America. Go back 50 years ago, and you can find pictures of New York City and California being very white, very Christian, and very, very American in the truest sense. There's a reason why they are one of the figureheads, right? One of the cultural touchstones of America that that foreigners think of when they think of America. And sacrificing our two most important states because they've been completely overrun by Marxists is not the solution. Like, we should be taking it back from these foreign invaders. There is a slight argument that these people got what they voted for to a certain degree. Like, and Reagan is at fault, even despite being a Republican, for the amnesty that he allowed. That permanently turned California blue, and he's a Republican. So remember the basher Republicans too, chat. Not actually physically, because that's against the law. Yeah. Probably should be Fed posting. Anyways, we should be taking these states back because they are essential to America, and that requires a lot of force. It's not gonna happen in the Trump term, but I still want to advocate for it because it sucks to see such beautiful states. Cause even the cities aside and how essential they are to the economy and to our culture, they actually go into nature, right? Actually touch grass in California or New York. Gorgeous places. Like, I remember, kind of like looking for land before out of curiosity in the past, and New York has just perfection, like actual paradise there. And I've seen some pictures of California before as well. Just literally just paradise. And these are gorgeous states, just horribly ran by these communists. Well, I actually shouldn't call them communists. They're like progressives, right? And just, it's so sad to see. We just need to bring them back. And so when Nick Shirley goes around investigating and showing fraud, that is really important as a way to actually fix the problem at hand. Not him specifically, right? He's not going to the government and, changing the laws and going after them legally himself. But with him being as big as he is, by making these exposing videos, it does put pressure on the government that way, which is why there's now a task force led by J.D. Vance, also with Dr. Oz and RFK involved too, to stop fraud in these different states. That wouldn't have happened without Nick Shirley's video on Minnesota with the Somalians. That horrendous nest was kicked off because of Nick Shirley doing this kind of work, which is why having a bill literally called Stop Nick Shirley Act is absolutely fucking evil. Absolutely evil. Yeah. But they don't want this fraud to actually be exposed, because how else are they going to be making money? And this goes for the Republicans too. No matter how much they keep on talking that they're on their side, the reason why they've never done anything about this beforehand in the past is because they're also getting kickbacks too. They're getting paid by AIPAC just to do nothing because it benefits Israel and it hurts America. They just focus more on the wars and they don't actually focus on the issues at hand because they also get money for this fraud too. and it just fucking sucks. It just fucking sucks. But I digress. Oh, I'm just trying to digress a little bit, I should say. Let's actually start watching the video by Nick Shirley himself. I investigated California's Stop Nick Shirley Act to protect fraudsters. Oops. There we go. Turn off all that fucking crap.
What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
I think you're a psycho scam artist.
They don't want to end their fraud racket. A lot of the politicians, they benefit from the political organizations, and so they want this racket to continue. They don't want the truth to get out.
Stop fraud investigations, but you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it. Here in California, they are trying to pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act. The official title of this bill is AB 2624, and today we're going to be confronting the legislators that are trying to pass this bill. And if this bill were to get passed, instead of going after the fraudsters, they're trying to make it criminal to go after the people that are committing this fraud. For instance, it would become criminal to film and reveal info on taxpayer-funded immigration services like healthcare, which would include daycare, hospices. It also covers counseling services, translation services, and immigration legal services. So for instance, if the Quality Learning Center was inside of California, it would be illegal to expose them. It would make
This pisses me off so much because one thing that's maybe it's just me, but I feel like it's just not talked about enough is the amount of legal avenues that we have for immigration fraud to occur. And I mean specifically the NGOs and lawyers. Them specifically. If you see an immigration lawyer, 9 times out of 10, 99.9% of the time, that is helping basically help illegals become legal. Because the whole point of immigration lawyer is to look between the gray lines of the law and try to find something that could help their illegal case become legal and set. Or with like visas, which I basically think with how bad the visa fraud is, it's still illegal in my eyes, right? And just gonna I know it's legal fraud, but like it's still fraud and it's still being heavily abused, so they're still illegal in my eyes. But they still, even in those cases too, the immigration lawyers come in and help with these visa holders to either prolong their stay, get a different visa, and eventually work towards getting their green card when they shouldn't be here in the first place because it's supposed to be a temporary work visa or a travel visa or whatever the case is. The whole point of an immigration lawyer is just to commit fraud and destabilize America by importing as many foreigners as they fucking can. And this law, which stops Nick Shirley from going in and investigating similar places, or like the daycares, the hospices, anything like that, which are still being protected by these immigration lawyers and NGOs, because it's not the Somalians, right? The average IQ of Somalia is 68. Okay, they're dumber than fucking rocks with it. They're not the ones organizing and taking care of the paperwork themselves. They're literally too dumb to do that. But there's somebody that's doing it for them, which is a mix of politicians and these NGOs and these lawyers. But exposing the hospices and the daycares themselves and how just the slightly drooped open mouth and the low IQ stare as they gaze and with their broken English not able to comprehend what you're saying to them. Yeah, they're not the ones doing this. But it does show the weakness of the systems, which means that the government can, like J.D. Vance's fraud task force, can go after these groups because of them being revealed at least the most obvious link, which is the daycares, the hospices, and everything else. But it becomes illegal in California to expose that when California has one of the biggest amounts of fraud in the entirety of 50 states. Well, how are they going to be able to target them?
Make it illegal to film government-funded NGOs. And this bill essentially wants to shield the info of immigrant support services from the public. So your tax dollars, you'd have no idea where it's going because it would then become confidential and you would not be able to see how much money that NGO is getting if it's going towards immigrant services. And what makes this bill super interesting is the lady who created this bill, her name is Mia Bonta. Her husband is the Attorney General of California named Rob Bonta.
They're both foreigners. Like, okay, she might be like a black American, but one, she's a woman, and two, she's a nun, so opinion disregarded. But her husband, I should probably just do frame by frame. Give me a second. Husband, complete foreigner. Obviously, he's some sort of like Asian mix, Filipino, something, whatever the case is, right? Just get deported. Get deported. It's obviously the nuns, which I know have completely infested California. If I remember correctly, the California is only like 30-some% whites. I believe, if I remember correctly, there. I know Texas is also pretty low for that statistic too, so I might be getting them confused here. But this is all ran by nuns. Of course and nuns are the ones that are the most beneficial, get the most benefits from all this fraud that's occurring, all these welfare programs.
You cannot make this up. So you have the Attorney General who's supposed to prosecute and go after the fraudsters, and then you have his wife who's trying to pass bills to go after the people exposing the fraud. Like, seriously, this is absolutely crazy. And the AG, Rob Bonta, just a few days ago said they were cracking down on the fraud way before certain people came into the state.
We've been doing it successfully before certain people in this country decided to think about it for the first time.
However, it was only...
I press an X to doubt that they've been doing it successfully, seeing how much fraud Nick Shirley was able to expose. And once we get through this video, some more news have come out about California fraud occurring. So, yeah, I don't think they've been handling successfully. I think they've been pushing it under the rug because somebody's getting kickbacks.
Only after I exposed over $100 million in fraud, they actually made any arrest here inside of California. Let's say this bill gets passed. What could happen to you if you expose fraud or go and look into immigration services? Well, you could receive a $4,000 fine underneath a civil fine, a $10,000 fine if it's criminal, and a $50,000 fine if it becomes a felony. You may also face potential imprisonment and your content be forced to be taken down. This is a complete violation of the First Amendment as they are trying.
Okay. So there's so many things wrong with that. I mean, as he was saying, it's complete violation of the First Amendment. So, like, one, the content being taken down. How is California going to make the content be taken down? I know YouTube is in California, right? Because it's underneath Google, and they're within Silicon Valley. But, like, Nick Shirley also posted stuff on X, and there's no way Elon's going to capitulate and be willing to take that stuff down, regardless if it's Nick Shirley or not. Like, how are they going to be able to... How are they going to be able to force it? And I'm assuming they're gonna make Google, like, put something with their policy where if you break this law, you have to take it down and wouldn't be part of like the whole like hate speech or bullying, harassment, or one of the other like TOS's violations that YouTube has. Something with it. Like how those are like that's like the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that they can actually force your content to be taken down. Because, I mean, I guess it's going to be illegal, so they can probably get the police involved. What are they going to do? Put you at gunpoint to take the video down? That's just ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous here. They would dick wave Google? That'll probably be it. Like, just... And then on top of that, like, the imprisonment aspect of it, and then plus the fines. I know the fine... increased depending on the severity of what it is. If it's like the felony versus the other two that he listed there. But I'm getting the feeling, and listen, I'm not a lawyer, right? I don't live in California. I don't know their laws and regulations here. But I do know a few years back that the they didn't decriminalize. They lessened the sentence for purposely giving people HIV. It went from a felony, excuse me, to a misdemeanor. So if you purposely give someone HIV, that is now just a misdemeanor, which is basically like a slap on their fucking wrist compared to what it used to be, because it used to be a felony. Because if you give someone HIV, you're ruining their life. They cannot fucking live. They're permanently fucked up. They're never gonna be able to have a relationship ever again. Like they're screwed over. And you purposely give it to them. Yeah, that's a really shitty thing to do, and you just get a misdemeanor for that? Absolutely insane. Yeah, it's as bad as murder. It really is. You're basically just murdering them. Just long for murder, because they have a weakened immune system. They're going to be dying, and they can't have a normal life anymore. But now it's just a misdemeanor. And I know California as well. Back during COVID, they reduced the sentence for thievery as well, where you have to you don't get arrested and charged until you steal $999 worth of stuff. Which all of a sudden, all these Walgreens, CVS's, Walmarts, all these other stores start having plastic and security locking everything up because, well, if they call the cops on them, they're not going to bother be arresting them. So you literally see there were just so many videos of these hordes of nuns just storming into these stores and just stealing stuff because, well, they're not going to get arrested. Can't do anything about it. So you're telling me that exposing fraud within the states has a harsher penalty, a harsher sentence, with those fines as well as possible imprisonment and your content being taken down. A harsher sentence, harsher punishments than giving someone an HIV on purpose or stealing up to $999 worth of stuff. That is the state of California. Absolutely batshit insane. There's I literally cannot comprehend the ridiculousness of the situation there. We're exposing fraud as you harsher sentences than actually stealing. Fucking crap. A narco tyranny? Exactly. I don't know why you would live in California at this point. I know it's a beautiful state. I've heard Northern California is great. They've been talking about splitting themselves into the 51st state for ages now. And like this behind, look, this is absolutely gorgeous with the old architecture, which we don't make anymore because it's a lost art and everything like that. Like, I know it's a beautiful state, but the taxes are ridiculous. It's so fucking expensive. The crime's literally insane. I learned about Skid Row today, which I know which we will get into a little bit later if we have time. And I know this sounds a little bit ridiculous. I just thought it was a band, okay? I didn't realize it actually a literal place in California where the homeless fucking hang out and shoot up dogs with fentanyl. Like, absolutely horrible fucking place. And people still move there because of job opportunities? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No job opportunity can make it worthwhile to move to fucking California of all places. If your spawn point is California, I just feel bad for you because it's almost impossible to leave because of how expensive it is. Like, just, oh my god. Oh wait, what do they do to dogs? It's gonna be later in stream, but they're shooting up dogs with fentanyl. That's it. Wait, you knew Skid Row's a band? Yeah, I know Skid Row's a band. They had 18 in Life. It's a really good, depressing song. But I didn't know it was actual place in fucking California. And when I looked up pictures of it, I was like, what is this literal hellhole? This looks like India. This is disgusting. Holy fucking shit. How the fuck did it get this bad, and why is no one really fighting back? Is it the gay water that bad? Is there really no motivation for saying enough was enough? Yes. Yes. Obviously, there's conservatives and Republicans in California, and apparently they have been growing. But it just there's not enough spark there for the actual solution. Snowden said it when exposing crimes is treated as a crime. You're being ruled by criminals. Yeah. 100% 100%.
To take down and suppress your own speech, make it so you can't film in public, which is taking away your freedom of press. There's a whole lot of issues with this bill, and today we're going to be confronting those that co-authored, signed, and passed this bill. And so truly, every single day here in America, you are learning more and more about the fraud that is taking place. And if you want to become a member of the Anti-Fraud Club and help me as I go all about the country to expose this fraud, go join at antifraudclub.com. It is completely free, and hoodies are also available on the site. And really quick, let's go speak with an assemblyman who knows more about this bill before we go and confront them. Now let's get into the video. What's the truth about the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
So you've heard a lot of people trying to call you a liar. Why don't we just read the bill? I think that's what everybody just needs to know. So in this section of AB 2624, which we call the Stop Nick Shirley Act, it says a person, business, or association shall not publicly post or publicly display, disclose, or distribute on the internet or social media the internet, the personal information or image of a designated immigration support service provider, employee, or volunteer if that individual or individual entity or organization authorized on the act of their behalf. And that's just some of the language.
And what does that mean, immigration support services provider?
You're exact. See, and that is where the devil is in the details. Designated Immigration Support Services Facility means a facility where immigration support services are provided, including but not limited to nonprofit organization offices, Department of Justice recognized entities, community legal clinics, law offices, accredited representative sites that provide immigration legal services, and healthcare facilities. They
Specifically protecting immigration fraud. Specifically protecting the nuns that are invading our fucking country illegally and legally. This is done on purpose. The point of the system is what it fucking does. They want California to be completely wiped out from white people and just have the bare minimum, the vibe code, until those are replaced by AI and Indians as well. The great replacement is not a theory. It is happening in real time. California is a stark example of it. And this law is, well, in the process, right? They still haven't fully passed it yet. But this law is being proposed to protect this even further. Because they don't want you to know, they don't want the average citizen to know that they're being replaced in real time by people that hate them and want them to be dead.
threw that into designated immigration support service facilities, healthcare facilities.
And healthcare is at the very bottom of this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where a lot of the fraud's taking place, inside of Medi-Cal. For instance, the hospices, the daycares are with CalWorks, but they're with anything to have to do with immigrants, essentially could not and is actually punishable.
You're 100% right. And that's where, again, the devil is in the details. Their definition of harassment is repeated, unreasonable, and unwelcome conduct. What is unwelcome conduct? Simply you asking questions today, can that be considered unwelcome? What do they mean by things that you could generally fear? So if they say the words, I was harassed by Nick Shirley if you were out videotaping a hospice, you would fall under this because healthcare facilities is a designated immigration support service facility. That is part of the definition. It is written here that if you post this online and they give you a demand made under that paragraph, shall be effective for 4 years, where you could be punished. So what people really need to know is that the state of California is the
Wait, 4 years? Okay. He might explain this further, so maybe I paused a little bit too soon. But, like, you can make the video tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. Like, the bill passes and you make the video. And it doesn't get reported. The state of California is not aware of it until, like, 3 years and 300 days later, essentially. And then finally the state of California has been reported to it. And so now you're being charged? Actually, do you even have to live in California? I'm curious how this law works. It's the state of California is making this law. do you have to live in California for you to be charged with this? Or California tried to like one of those like extradite methods they get you when you live in, I don't know, Kansas, right? I I'm curious about this law. Are they going to make it retroactive too? Because that would be very interesting. Very, very interesting for both Nick Shirley and Tyler Olvera, and plus all the other people who have done the same similar things as well, trying to expose this. There are so many questions here for how they're going to be utilizing this bill. But maybe this guy will explain it further. I'm just pausing too much. It's a state law. They can't. So okay. So they can't actually reach out. Okay. So basically, they would try to arrest Nick Shirley when he's doing his recording at that point in time, right? They call the police, and he has to either run away or he's going to get caught and be thrown in prison. I'm assuming that's going to be how they're going to get him then.
Deciding to punish the journalists out there that are doing the work and exposing the fraud instead of punishing the fraudsters. In a government that diminishes transparency has something to hide.
And what are some more crazy things about this bill?
There's a section in this bill that says any records or documents pertaining to a program participant shall be held confidential. So there are workarounds in this bill that will hide information that if you wanted to find online the Quality Learning Center, all of these areas can be now moved around and shifted. They are making it harder to find the people's money when we should be making it easier. When we have already proven that in 3 cases alone in the state of California, $500 million in fraud. Thank you for that.
And so essentially,
That's absolutely insane. I know I keep on saying insane. I need to diverse my lexicon here. But I'm glad I don't live in California, but I know my state's probably not much better because all the states were partaking this in some way, shape, or form. And it's just, but once again, it was just tax season, right? Your taxes were due 3 days ago, chat. If you're Americans, and I know most of you are, do you feel proud? Are you happy that your taxes are being used to fund these immigration services and hospices and healthcare providers, etc., etc.? Right? Does it make you happy that it's going towards that? Because I just see this and I just think, wow, I would have Fed post a lot. I just $500 million, which I know is what Nick Shirley exposed, but still. And then like I know there's already ways that they're trying to like obfuscate what's happening, and they're just trying to make it even more ways to make it worse. Like there's that account on Twitter called Data Republican, and she's fantastic. Like if we want to talk about like autism, like we did earlier, there's a great example of female autism right there, where she does all these massive deep dives and just follows the money trail and compiles it all together and and exposes the different fraud within the government or corporations or various other things. Like she's a fantastic account to follow. 10 out of 10 recommend if you have a Twitter to follow her, as the amount of work that she does to find this kind of stuff. And I know it's already a pain in the ass to connect the spider webs to be able to do that. But now they're having laws as well to just make it even harder. They don't actually want to address the fraud. They're obviously they weren't addressing the fraud regardless because they're happy that we're taking it, more than happy that we're taking it, really advocating for it. But now they're just trying to just hide their tracks. Listen, I'm not a big fan of the government. I do not like the federal government. I haven't exactly happy with Trump recently, but I still don't think he's terrible. However, would it be possible for Trump or someone, something from the federal level to be able to stop this? Because, like Nick Shirley said earlier, this is like a freedom of speech violation. Does it need to go to the Supreme Court? Because, like, this is just. I'm not exactly sure, right? I'm not a lawyer. I'm a dumb woman on the internet. I'm not exactly sure how the state laws can exactly be blocked on the federal level. I feel like this is one of those cases where the Fed actually does need to step in, which makes me a little bit disgusting to say. But then again, the only way they solve these problems at hand is a more authoritarian government where the Fed actually does step in. And I think that's a bit needed. A bit needed here. For the record, the U.S. Supreme Court can overturn state laws, actions, or court decisions that violate U.S. Constitution. Yeah, they set the... So, hopefully, with enough, crying about this, right? Enough, exposing this and putting the spotlight on this act, the Supreme Court could get involved and take care of this. Of course, that requires them voting that it does actually, violate the Constitution, the First Amendment in this case, which I feel like this is the strongest argument. But seeing how the SAVE Act, well, actually, no, this Congress, my apologies. But like, well, actually, no, I think it is the SAVE Act, isn't it? If I remember correctly. There's a whole bunch of like bills that have been like passed around a bunch. But no, it's not the SAVE Act. My apologies. It's birthright citizenship. Once again, I'm getting all my fucking shit confused. Birthright citizenship is just still on the table. Like, it's been a couple weeks. No updates on the birthright citizenship question from the Supreme Court. And it's not exactly looking good for the Trump's executive order to actually stand up and actually be ending. I don't know about this. I feel like this is a very blatant case where the Supreme Court should just strike it down immediately. But I also feel like birthright citizenship is a very blatant case where Supreme Court should strike it down immediately. And it's been a couple weeks of just waffling. I don't really have much faith in our system. Oh.
An NGO or a daycare, anything that falls underneath immigration support providers, their information would then become confidential.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly right, is that they can hide it because they have changed the definitions. Designated immigration support services facility also includes healthcare facilities, also includes nonprofit organizations, and not only that, areas that the Department of Justice actually recognizes those entities. It's such a broad thing, so you can cover everything. And then, when you look at those definitions, when I read you the bill, I am reading the physical bill. So when they call you a liar, how? How are you lying? How, when you have all of the information in front of you? And it's a front. When you sit down and you actually talk about it, you know it's a coordinated effort to steal from the people of California.
In that same day, an Assemblyman, Carl DeMaio, brought forth a motion to push for more transparency on this bill. However, it was then shut down by the Democrats inside of the Assembly to not give any more transparency. And as I was explaining this, one of the co-authors passed by, and it was now my time to confront these legislators who are pushing forth this bill.
Here's one of the authors of
Yesterday I went on a rant about big booty Latinos and how you guys fucking, too many, not you guys specifically, right? But too many guys get psyoped and believe in the big booty Latinas because they let their dick think for them. This is the problem, right? Anytime you want to race mix with that big booty Latina, you are race mixing with someone who basically advocates for these kind of policies, okay? I want to point this out right here while her ass is on screen so you can see the big booty Latina walking by the cunt that she is, who is actually pushing for this bill. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
of the bill. How are you guys doing? We just want to ask you about the bill and why you guys would pass this bill that really is an attack on free speech.
I am not even sure what you're talking about.
Really?
You said an author. I don't think
Yes,
I'm an
did you
author.
did you sign to pass this bill? The AB 26?
No, I don't
24?
know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Feigning ignorance. Feigning ignorance here.
You do not.
No,
Are
you
you
guys
serious?
are just talking about something random.
We're talking about something random. Okay. Sasha, how are you doing? We just want to ask you about the bill AB 2624. Why would you sign off on that? It's a direct violation of the First Amendment, and it makes it harder for people to expose fraud here.
We have Ledge Council. They check the constitutionality of all our bills as we're writing them. I work on fraud issues. You'd know that if you look at some of the work I did on the budget subcommittee.
Amazing. So Mia Bonta, her husband's Attorney General of the Attorney General of California, and it was only until I exposed fraud that they actually cracked down on the fraud and made some arrests here, especially with the hospices. And do you know that if this bill were to pass, it'd make it illegal for someone to go after fraud, especially if it's based off of immigrants, for instance, the Armenians in California?
No, I think that that's a misinterpretation of the bill, but I'm happy to talk with you more about it. And
Don't you
fraud
worry.
and investigations into fraud are something that's been happening for a very long time. The Attorney General handles those cases.
You
This
think
is
it's
an
a little
ongoing
weird
issue.
that the wife of the Attorney General, Mia Bonta, is now pushing?
She's doing a much better job with his questioning than the last chick. I'm assuming all the power went to her boobs and ass and not her brain, and that's why she kept on saying, I don't know. This other woman is trying to use legal speak against him. This, I would say successfully, but thankfully Nick Shirley's got a little bit of experience in this case, so he's pressing back.
This bill that literally goes against the First Amendment.
No, I actually don't. I don't think that this bill violates the First Amendment. I mean,
Really?
that's the whole purpose. We have ledge counsel and ledge attorneys that talk with us about this. Constitutionality is really important to the work.
So your bill criminalizes publication of images recorded in public. Do you believe the government has the right to punish journalists for filming in public space?
No, I think that that is a complete misinterpretation of actually the
No, because
piece of legislation.
that is not. That's literally what would happen. Speaker Rivas, how are you doing? What do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624?
Walking through with his Starbucks. Hell yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
And do you think there's any conflict of interest there with Mia Bonta and her husband being the AG? That just shows you everything you need to know. These people won't even answer the questions. So you signed off, you're a co-author of the AB 2624 bill. What made you want to sign off on this bill that would literally make it so NGOs don't have to disclose their money?
Yeah, we'd have to go back and look at the materials from that committee hearing.
Okay, and what, for instance, just answer the question. Why does your bill apply to organizations receiving taxpayer money? Shouldn't publicly funded entities have more transparency, not less?
Restate the question?
Yeah, so entities that receive money from the government, shouldn't there be more transparency and not less?
I think we want to make sure that we are being accountable to public funds.
Yes, and so you signed off on a bill that would make that harder to have transparency.
Well, I don't think I see it that way. I think that we're making sure that, like, all of our systems are able to get the money out to community and that there's transparency and accountability incorporated.
But you're literally signed off on a bill that would make it for less transparency, sir.
That's debatable, and I don't
It's not debatable.
The one white guy that is signing off on this, and he's actually sounding a little bit the most genuine. Oh, that's schnoz. I'm not exactly good with the physiognomy chat, but I do see that schnoz. But at least he is okay. And anyways, ignoring that, he's at least seemingly a little bit more genuine. It's a fake genuineness there, but he's 100% stalling. He's just like, oh yeah, I'm totally listening to you. What was that question again? Oh well, I mean, I don't really think it's actually that's the case. You know, he wasn't being a little because like the blonde woman who was also answering the questions the couple people ago. She's being a bit condescending and bitchy about it, but no, he's being nice and friendly. Like, oh yeah, I just don't think that's really the case. You know, I really think what's the best for the American people. Very much a, very much a, sleazy thing to do. But if I am, if I'm correct on this, if I'm correct with that schnoz and the tip of the ears and some of the other things you guys are saying in chat, it makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot more sense.
They're going for immigration-based services. They're trying to make it harder for money to be disclosed.
Thanks.
Look, they just run off.
And then he's gone. Hasta la vista. This woman looks like Kamala Harris, except with nicer boobs. It even has a little pearl necklace, too. Not that kind of pearl necklace, but yeah. Just... They don't actually want to answer this, because they just want the fraud to continue. It's really just that simple. Like, I just hate politicians with a burning fucking passion. This all of them should just be held accountable in the most extreme ways.
How are you doing?
I just want to say hi. So, great work. Very
Thank you.
proud of what you're doing.
And how come you think that they're just signed off on a bill that would make it harder for organizations that receive taxpayer dollars to be...
I don't agree with it. I think you're on the right track. This is an attack. It should not be. It's not right.
Ayo, we have a brown woman. We have the base Kamala Harris, chat. We have found the base version of Kamala Harris. a rare breed where she's like, yeah, I like what you're doing and I don't agree with this whatsoever. Boobs for the win. Well, I wouldn't say boobs for the win, seeing that there was the first brown woman that was questioned was just said, I don't know. Here. But I guess based, you know what, I'll take it. Still not exactly happy about the demographics of California, but hey, I'll take it.
You're doing well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're a co-author of the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Oh, you know who I am.
Oh, now we have a Asian woman who's a little bit overweight with the short hair, who first thing it says, oh, how are you? Knowing exactly who Nick Shirley is. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting conversation. She won't totally be a massive bitch whatsoever. Not typical, progressive leftist woman.
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am. You signed off on the AB 2624 Act. Can you tell us about what you did on that?
I don't even know who you are.
Well, my name's Nick Shirley. But either way, can you tell me about this assembly bill you're trying to pass?
Shirley?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
But could you please just answer any question about the AB 26?
I know she's just wasting time. Once again, like all the rest of them, they're stalling until they can get to their next destinations, just so he can so they can ignore him and he shuts up and has to walk away. But the whole I don't even know who you are. Well, my name's Nick Shirley, and I want to ask you about this Nick Shirley Act about it. She's like, well, I don't know what that is. I don't even know who you are. Well, my name's Nick Shirley. Well, I don't know who you are. I know it's just a stalling act, and she just is being super dismissive and doesn't care. But the density doesn't even pretend. Doesn't even fucking pretend to engage with the questions, just like the other guy who may or may not have been part of the Tiny Hat tribe was doing. Just and I noticed too, right? It's out of all of them, it's usually the guys. Well, most of them have been women, which, once again, women should be politicians, should be cast out of politics. But two, almost all the women have been super dismissive, and if they are engaging, they're using the legalese gobbledygook language. Obviously, the one guy who was engaged as well was using gobbledygook language, but most so far they've been nuns and women who feign ignorance and just walk away. Politician pussyfooting, 100%. 100%. I don't know who you are. I just named a bill after you. There's no big deal. Your existence is a blip in my imagination. I just it came to me in a dream, but I don't actually know who you are. Not one of the most famous YouTubers. I know technically he Tyler technically. Nick Shirley's infamous for exposing fraud, and he's been to the government to talk about this stuff and help with JD Vance, creating his task force to end government fraud. But yeah, I don't know who the fuck you are. The smile is what pisses me off. Whether it's a nervous response or a cognitive one based on their own understanding of internal affairs versus Shirley's outsider point of view is irritating and scummy. Oh, they're just being fake. They're just absolutely fake masks that they're putting over themselves, where you just have to smile and grin and bear it. Be like, oh, how... It's customer service kind of stuff. We're like, oh, how are you doing today? Oh, isn't it wonderful? The sky is blue, the sun is shining. Did you get everything that you needed today, sir? Oh, I just hope you have a good day. Isn't it wonderful? Except in this case is, I don't know who you are, so it just, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just gonna be nice to you because I kind of have to, but, you know, Duh.
624 bill, a lot of people are worried about that it's going to stop fraud investigations, but you're the one who signed off and you're a co-author of it. These people are crazy. They can't even answer your questions about the bills that they're co-authoring. Hello, Mr. Lowenthal. How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Doing great. How do you feel?
Okay, testing the. Oh my god, that schnoz too, and those ears. So are they just nuns and happy merchants? Are they just nuns and happy merchants that are just making this bill? They nuns, women, and happy merchants. I know it's California, but what the fuck? Okay, well, the nuns and the women all either ignore or say, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. The one happy merchant did genuinely engage, but it was the fake kind of genuine engagement, but it was still the best example so far. Place your bets on this tiny hand rubber and see how he engages with Nick Shirley's questions here.
Proposing a bill that would put $10,000 fines and potential jail time for publishing a video from a parking lot.
Wait, can you say that to me again?
Yeah, so AB 2624, if a journalist were to go and investigate fraud in an immigrant service company, essentially, from the government that receives taxpayer dollars, they could potentially risk receiving a $10,000 fine with this bill you guys are trying to pass.
Well, I need to read the bill.
But you signed off on the bill. You passed the bill.
What do you mean I passed the bill? I don't understand.
It's gone through two. It's gone through 2 times and it's been passed.
What 2 times? Where are you referring to? Are you referring to committees?
Yes.
Which committees?
I can tell you right here if you give me a second.
Which committees? He's just answering questions with questions and actually avoiding the proper answer. Once again, the stall wastes time. But just like the other hand rubber, right? They're still engaging, right? They're still pretending to be polite. They're not doing the fake smiling stuff. They're not saying I don't know. They're not straight up ignoring and walking away. They're still trying to be genuine engaging, but they're just answering questions with questions instead. That is manipulation to a fucking T, and I have to kind of respect it because the nuns and the women were just saying, I don't know. That's how low the bar is. So the fact we're just this manipulation and stalling tactic is better than saying, I don't know and I don't care. I don't know who you are. Holy fuck.
I can't. But,
speaking of committee, I'm in the privacy committee right now, but I don't think that bill has passed before my committee.
He's a co-author of it. He's a co-author of that bill. What's your thoughts on this AB 2624 bill?
And now we have the one white woman who is old as fuck, overweight, and let's see how shrewd she is. Usually old women who are in politics, I mean, she may or may not have kids, but they're quite evil beings. Quite evil beings.
Any response? Like, what would make you guys want to pass this? Thank you. Do you think it makes it harder for fraud to get discovered here in the United States?
Just ignores him! Oh my god! Okay, we need to get a tally counter out here. Tally for every woman and or non, because there's a lot of non-women, so they're sort of kind of in the same space, right? So that just ignores them and doesn't answer versus the ones that do. Oh my fucking god! Every time, every single time. This is like its own little small statistic right here. I don't really see what this really accomplishes, since none of them will give the answer to Nick once. Well, basically, it doesn't really like technically accomplish anything like permanent, but by going through and asking each individual that have signed off on the bill and to see what their answers are to defend it, and the fact that they can't even defend it, they're just at the best stalling for time, at worst straight up admitting. Actually, you know what? I think saying I don't know is actually worse than just ignoring. because you're feigning ignorance there, and you don't even know your own bill, supposedly, right? You don't even know who Nick Shirley is, once again, supposedly. Like, that just shows how corrupt they are and how they don't want to be held accountable, and the fact that they can't even answer basic questions as to why. They just want him destroyed, put more money in their pockets to help let this fraud continue. Also, we have a bit left in this video, and unfortunately, the Piss Princess needs to visit her throne to talk to her other people. I was trying to wait till they get to the end of the video, but I don't think that's happening. So, give me 2 minutes. My apologies, I don't like to interrupt the video to do this, but give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Quick pisser, see you later in 2 minutes. Adios, sorry about that. My cat has snuck in, so we'll see how this goes with her. Okay, let's continue the video.
States? Why can't you guys just answer our questions? You guys are the ones who are signing off on these bills. So what do you think about the Stop Nick Shirley Act, AB 2624?
Another non-woman. Oh, and literally the caption says, I don't know about it. Every time. Every single... It's all of them. All the non-women. All the women. All the nuns. All just every time.
You don't know much about it? Or...
I don't know if I know that.
Oh, well, can I tell you a little bit?
Okay, I love kiwis, but I love how fat she is, and she's just eating a bowl of kiwis while she's walking. I mean, kiwis are definitely healthier, and it's better than, like, I don't know, a Twinkie or something like that. But still. Just still.
About it?
I'm okay.
So, you should know about it, though, because it's kind of your job. So, the Stop Nick Shirley Act, what it does is it shields immigrant... Oh, alright, we can keep following you. The Stop Nick Shirley Act shields immigration nonprofit workers from public record disclosure. It criminalizes...
Straight up ignoring has another non-woman getting involved and trying to, like, separate her from Nick Shirley. Everything about that. It's completely dismissive.
Is publishing images and videos of covered workers even taken in public, grants covered orgs power to demand video takedowns, imposes a $4,000 civil, $10,000 criminal, $50,000 felony fines per violation, applies to taxpayer-funded organizations. Would you support a bill that allows all that to take place? It is your job. Would you support a bill? Yes or no, ma'am?
Can you take
Thank
that
you,
out of
baby.
our
It was
face?
so good to meet you. I hope you have a great day.
Ma'am, you're literally working for us, but you won't even answer our own questions. Like, these people get paid by our tax dollars, yet they can't even answer anything. This is super important. People have a lot of questions about the AB.
Okay, so now we have a man, but he's also a non. Place your bets if he's actually going to answer the questions, or he's going to say, I don't know, or he's going to straight up ignore. Or say, I don't know, and straight up ignore at the same time, because they kind of are combined together. He does have AirPods in, he can't hear. He can't hear him when he got the AirPods in, man!
2624 Act,
So this bill,
aka the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Tell us about it.
well, there is no Stop Nick Shirley Act, but the author's not here today, but I hope you can find her.
But you're the co-author of this.
I'm a co-author of many, many bills that protect vulnerable communities in California.
Good, so you should know a lot about this bill. For instance, it
Hold on.
shields immigration.
Hold on one. Hey.
I hate to disrupt the phone call, this is important. Wait, come on.
Well, he sort of kind of answered, and then he ignored with the phone call excuse, which I would maybe say it's valid because he had the AirPod in already, but, like, it's still a really kind of shitty move to do, but he sort of could have answered, saying, well, I'm just there, I co-author many bills to help protect vulnerable communities. So, but still, to address that, right, but the fact there's no Stop Nick Shirley bill, right? But there literally is. It's literally titled Stop Nick Shirley. It does exist, and he's already been reported and noted down that he is a co-author of it. So the fact that he's saying there is no bill that's called that, and he's a co-author of many bills, he is saying that he's not even recognizing, right? He doesn't even know the bills he co-authors. I get there's a lot of them, probably, but if you're not even reading them or being really aware of what the bills you're signing, should you really be a politician? Should you be really in charge of deciding what laws actually get passed? If you can't even keep track of what you have on your table, what they're called and what they're even about, to the point where like, oh, there's not even one that exists. I don't exactly want somebody who doesn't know what they're fucking signing or reading or even talking about to be making laws. That just sounds like a recipe for disaster, which they do on purpose, right? I'm going to assume here that I've heard it's like similar cases in the case like for Congress, right? Where a huge problem in Congress is they have all these bills that have it's labeled one thing, but it's like 50 to 100 pages long, if sometimes even bigger than that, like hundreds of pages long, and they have multiple little subsections within them covering completely unrelated things. The COVID Act one, that got passed back in 2020, 2021 was a great example of it, because the COVID relief bill that got passed was like 1,000 pages long and had a bunch of random stuff in it, including regulations for horse raising and the drugs that you can give horses in that case. Why does horse racing and the drugs that you give horses, why is that part of a COVID relief bill? What? This is absolutely what are we doing here? Like why is that in part of that bill? It makes no logical sense. And there's a bunch of other like fraudulent things within it as well. Like there's some foreign relief things like gender surgeries for some African country too, or maybe it was Middle Eastern, regardless, foreigners, just a whole bunch of other bullshit. And it needs to completely stop. It should just be one bill, right? One act for one thing at a fucking time. And if you're going back to California here, if you're co-authoring so many of them, you can't keep track. Once again, you should be a lot less of them. We don't need this many laws on the books to be a functioning society. We were a much better and much stronger society 60 years ago. Actually, let's go back to the 50s, right? Because before the civil rights happened, then there were a lot more laws got into place that destroyed society. Like, we were a lot better society 70 years ago with half the many laws of the book that we have now. And we were able to go to the moon. We won the Second World War. We had paradise, obviously the baby boom. Everything was amazing. But we had some issues. Everything wasn't completely perfect, with significantly less laws in the books. I could see some new laws being needed here and there as technology has improved, with cars have advanced, phones, other various things as time passes. But we don't need this many. We really do not need this many. It's all just fucking legalese, bureaucratic bullshit to justify their jobs and oppress people. Because ivermectin, it wasn't for ivermectin specifically. It was, I can't remember because we're talking like 5 years ago now. But it was like basically this like steroids for horse racing, more or less that. Trying to regulate what to give the horses so they don't become like super overpowered for the horse racing. It was it's just ridiculous.
Look at that. These guys really just don't want to answer any of the questions. These people won't even answer questions about the bills they're co-authoring.
Welcome to Sacramento. You know, I appreciate you exposing waste, fraud, and abuse. It is rampant in California, just like in Minnesota. And if it wasn't for independent journalists like you, that would not be happening in our state. And I applaud you for doing it. And welcome to Sacramento.
Well, these people are literally signing off on these.
We have the one white woman. Okay, so we had surprisingly 2 women so far. One was a non, one's white. Both and both of them are older too. Thanking Nick Shirley for what he's doing. Both of them kind of gave me corpo speak, which does. I didn't want to say anything for the first woman because I didn't want to be too dismissive since she's a non. And we had 2 women, older side, congratulating Nick Shirley and thanking him. But with the corpo speak, it kind of sounds a little bit fake. So I do kind of want to press X to doubt for the genuineness. But hey. They're still saying thank you. They're not, bashing him. They're not ignoring him, anything like that. Bit strange. Just a bit strange here.
Bills, and they're acting like they don't have any idea what it is, when it really is a direct violation of the First Amendment.
Most of them don't read the bills, but they know what it is. The people that you talk to that co-authored the bill, they know what it is.
It's criminal. And then to think that they're getting paid from the taxpayers of California, yet they can't even answer any questions about these bills that they are co-authors of.
A lot of times when the media will approach them, they deflect often, and that's just the job that they do, and they'll continue to vote. And it's ironic, like I'm the author of SB 14. It's made it a strikeable.
Sorry, I probably shouldn't cut her off right there, but I saw that she's a California senator. I'm curious which way she slings, because being a California senator automatically makes you think she's a Democrat. So if she's a Democrat, she wouldn't side for this, because they do vote on party lines. There's a lot more loyalty in the Democrat side than there is Republicans. I'm not saying Republicans are much better, but still, interesting here.
Offense to make sex trafficking of a minor a strike offense in the state of California, and Mia Bonta we had to get the governor engaged to reverse her decision on the committee to not criminalize sex traffickers, but she wants to criminalize you. That's an ironic situation, huh?
That is very ironic. So the AG's wife, the Attorney General's wife, Mia Bonta, she wanted to protect sex traffickers.
Okay, so this woman's sounding a little bit more genuine in my eyes, because she's just like, yeah, this is fucking stupid, isn't it?
She wouldn't vote, and she did not pass a bill in committee a couple of years ago to make sex trafficking a minor child a serious strikeable offense. So if you get a strike and 3 strikes, your life in prison. She wouldn't vote for it. The governor engaged in that process. The next week they passed it out of committee, but she wouldn't criminalize sex traffickers, but she'll criminalize people like you.
That is insane. Mia Bonta, she sounds like quite the lady.
You should meet her one day.
She didn't show up to her own job today, Mia Bonta, didn't it?
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, is this Scott Wiener right here? Yep.
Imagine. Refuses to help criminalize child sex trafficking. That's basically what it is to that strike rule. Just, I like, with that information, I would go to some other branch of government. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the Fed. Maybe go all the way to the top of the Fed, or something else within California. Something, right? To try to investigate to see what ties that she has with child sex trafficking. Like, that's what That's what I would do. Maybe Nick Shirley should do next. He probably has other projects already planned though, because if you refuse to help criminalize child sex trafficking, I'm very suspicious of you for why you would want to stop and try to make that a serious strike. Like, what is she involved in? Where is she getting her money from? Why do you support? Like, there's no actual argument to not make that a serious strike. Okay. Scott Wiener. Oh yeah, he's the guy that pushed the criminalized knowing giving people AIDS. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Okay, I'll unpause the video. Maybe, hopefully, they talk to him about the AIDS thing. That would be hilarious if that happens. Because I did bring it up earlier in stream about it. I hope he does. I hope he does.
Yes, he is. Yes. Scott Wiener, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. Can you give us?
We have another tiny hat, part of the tribe, who is gay, went to dresses like this, and helps decriminalize giving people AIDS. Man, if a funny mustache man were to appear right now, I'd be so curious. I would be so curious to see what he would do. Just out of pure inquisitiveness. Just want to know. Just want to know what would possibly happen if the funny mustache man just magically appears next to him. Wiener likes Wiener, yeah. And Wiener kind of reminds me of Weimar. I know they don't really sound the same, but they're spelled relatively similar. I think it's quite fitting for what he has done and who he is.
Your opinion? Thank you very much. Could you give us your opinion really quick on AB 2624?
I think you're a psycho scam artist, so...
You think please disclose how you think that.
He even has the gay voice, and he's your psycho scam artist. Now tell me, how does Nick Shirley scam people? All he does is make videos on the internet, right? He goes up and starts interviewing people, records it, and posts it on the internet. There's no scamming. He's not selling anything. I guess, he is selling the, the Leering Center, the Quality Leering Center sweatshirts. But I bought one of them. I have a Quality Leering sweatshirt in my closet. The sizing is definitely for men and not for women. But I didn't get scammed. I paid however much it was, and I got it. It's good quality. It is what it is. No, it's pretty good. If anything, he's actually quite the opposite of a scam artist. He makes good quality content, right? Like he actually goes out and on his own 2 feet in the middle of the day to actually investigate after doing research, and he contacts people for these different interviews to find out more information. He's doing the real work, right? On the ground reporting, which is very risky, which is why he's got bodyguards. And just the amount of effort to do this, to travel around, to knowing the right questions, knowing the legal code as well, various different things about that. It's vastly much more than what the average person does. I mean, even me, I'm just a fucking bimbo on the internet, just yapping over him, right? Like, he's actually doing the work. He's not a scam artist. He's exactly what we need in society to help try to fix it. Somebody with initiative, someone with drive to actually go out there and try to expose the problems of the world so then further action can be taken.
Look how they just run away. These guys are fools. It would suck to have your last name Wiener anyways.
So right there you have literal co-authors who will not give answers to the bill that they are a part of. Some even said they aren't even co-authors of the bill. And now let's see what the public has to say, and later we'll be speaking with the man, Carl DeMaio, who is in support of getting rid of the Stop Nick Shirley Act. And he'll explain just how dangerous this bill actually is.
Do you think they should pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
Absolutely not. We need to stop letting politicians get away with fraud and do better for the people of California here in this state.
And what's your message to Mia Bonta?
She needs to stay in her lane, stop writing BS bills, and let journalists do their job and find out the truth and give the money back to Californians.
And do you think there's a conflict of interest when the Attorney General, his wife, is creating laws to make it harder for people to expose fraud?
Yeah, that is a conflict of interest. I mean, come on, dude.
And right now on Polymarket, there's a 46% chance that the Stop Nick Shirley Act becomes law by June 30th.
It might happen here because you got some weird fools over here. I mean, seriously.
That's the truth of it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely
Right
insane. 46% chance that the Stop Nick Shirley Act becomes law according to Polymarket right now. Insane.
Yeah.
I see what they've been
Nick is sponsored by Polymarket, hence why that kind of got brought up here. I mean, Polymarket's just betting. I'm not gonna diss it because they're sponsoring Nick Shirley, and I do obviously Nick Shirley needs money to fund the stuff that he does do. Just gotta keep that in mind with the context of the video, though.
doing towards you, and it's completely strange. Like, you're just a local news person and you're an amazing journalist, and then somehow they're just like throwing these bites out and like saying that you're this and that. So that's a very weird situation. We're Jesus believers, and we've been praying for the state, and we're
Jesus believers. I know they're from California, and I know this is pretty Nick Shirley, so I don't mean to bash them too harshly here, but Jesus believers. That's just so weird. I don't know. This is a weird label to put yourself on. You just call yourself Christian. It's just Christian. You don't even have to go into your denomination. Christian is the umbrella term for all the different denominations, but Jesus believers. I don't know. Something just kind of rubs me off the wrong way here.
been praying for you. He actually, when we were praying, he has sensed that, you know, this state has been drained in terms of wealth and in terms of abundance because of these people with the policies and the bills that they've been passing. And we believe this is a very important year for California to be saved, literally need to be saved and rescued from everything that had gone on for the last 4 to 5 years. Ever since with all these agendas going in and everything. And but we need people to pray, and we need people to speak out, and we need reformers.
We do have an actual conflict of interest when the Attorney General is married to someone who's trying to author a bill to essentially attack our freedom of speech. You know, I would consider this to be a textbook conflict of interest, and I would consider it to be extremely unethical. Every journalist across the country should be pissed right now, because an attack on Nick Shirley is essentially an attack on everybody. We need our freedom of speech. If we don't have our freedom of speech, what do we have? Next step, Second Amendment.
You're one of the few people who have opposed.
I mean, he's in California, so I'm pretty sure the Second Amendment's already been, you know, taken care of there, but I get where he's coming from. Because if any other state starts adopting similar rules like this, it's Joe over. 4 to 5 years, pretty sure it's been going on longer than that. I would agree, but I mean, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to bash her too hard, because I do like the fact that she is really supportive of Nick Shirley, but something does seem off about her. Like somebody else mentioned earlier, like sounds like heckin' wholesome 100. Yeah, it gives that like Quirk Chungus vibes, and I don't know. I don't know. Here. Just something seems a little bit off. But I'm just gonna leave it at that. I thank you, let's see here. Well, thank you, Swap Dude, for the $2 reviews. Thank you. As an Orthodox, hearing the term Jesus believer is gonna set me off on a mall-style rant. Yeah, I can understand that. It's such a fucking weird term. Just call yourself Christian or non-denominational or just something, whatever the case is. But she was just focusing on like, I'm literally saving and, you know, praying and oh my god, like the thought that the Jesus is gonna come back or something like that. I don't know. Just everything just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. And thank you, Slice on Doppelganger. Sorry I missed this, ages ago now. I hope the reason Trump is gargling so much Jew cock is part of the deal to get Republicans to actually pass the laws Trump wants. See, I have hope for that too, but I have a feeling that's not actually the case. I just feel like that's not actually the case. Also, that reminded me on yesterday, Doppelganger, Psylocke Sun, my apologies. I missed, your other 500 warp tokens on yesterday's stream. This was in context of me seducing Elon Musk, so when I read this out, please keep this in mind. You must. Your pussy is our salvation. If I read that without context, that'd be very fucking strange and weird. Yeah. Anyways, we're going back to the video.
The Stop Nick Shirley Act. What made you oppose this bill?
Because I read the bill. I mean, it's as simple as that. You read the bill and you realize that it's against the First Amendment. It criminalizes citizen investigative journalists who take video and expose fraud. And that's what the bill's designed to do. It's designed to keep secrets, to keep the public from knowing what's going on. They don't want to end their fraud racket. A lot of the politicians, they benefit from the political organizations and various contractors and grantees that are getting money and getting it fraudulently. And so they want this racket to continue. They don't want the truth to get out. That's why they got the Stop Nick Shirley Act. I mean, when I looked at it, I said, clearly, if Nick Shirley had been in California and visited one of our Somali leering centers with no daycares and no kids or a fake hospice, if this bill were enacted, he would be literally hauled into court, injunctive relief, restraining orders, and a lot of money would be penalized to any investigative journalist. They're trying to bully up front, and if anyone has the audacity to videotape and post fraud, to bankrupt them. This is all about bullying and bankrupting citizen journalists. Can you imagine how outrageous it is to have an organization committing fraud, Somali leering centers with no kids or fake hospices? You show up and you capture the evidence of their misdoings. The operator, the fraudster, hands you a business card that just simply says, I hereby insist that you not post the video. That's all they have to do under the law. You then do the right thing. You post the video so the public knows what's going on with their money, and they haul you into court and fine you and penalize you for breaking the law. That's the way they're going to weaponize this bill against citizen journalists, and we can't allow it to happen. It's against the First Amendment. It will ultimately, if passed, get overturned in the Supreme Court, but in the meantime, it's a chilling of free speech, and it keeps secrets on.
That's of course, and I don't mean the doom pill, right? I don't mean to be a little bit doomerisms here. But that's of course if it does get overturned in the Supreme Court, because more than likely this will probably pass in California. It is California after all. They don't give a shit. They have horrible laws for a reason. They make things that are they make things illegal that are actually important to keep the state, functional and having a proper high trust society, and they legalize things that actually make the state actively worse because it helps promote fraud, or they get kickbacks from it, and it just displaces the white people even more because it's not a theory, it's actually true with the Great Replacement. So it's probably going to pass in California. I would hope it gets struck down by the Supreme Court, but I don't have much faith in that either, I'll be honest, in this case. And I don't know, this is not a good look. This is not a good look.
on all the fraud that's going on.
It's very concerning to know that right now you have politicians who are passing these bills knowing that it is violating the First Amendment.
Yeah. They don't care. And so I've been working the floor, handing them actual text. I said, did you just read the text? Because the author of the bill is lying. She says, oh no, it has nothing to do with the Nick Shirleys. It has nothing to do with citizen journalists. But when you read the text, it's plain English. It would make it a crime to post a video of evidence of fraud, and it would result in very costly fines. So we want this language to be removed from the bill. Actually, I want the bill to be killed entirely, but at the very least, they need to take this provision out. The Stop Nick Shirley Act needs to be removed from the bill.
In this bill, it talks about immigrant services. It's very vague. That means healthcare, translation services, attorney services, daycares. It's very vague on what they're trying to say this bill is. And it's being backed by CHRLA.
The Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights LA, which is a taxpayer-funded organization that isn't really providing services. They're really organizing violent protests in LA. They're agitators, and they don't want people capturing their bad behavior on video. This is designed to protect them in the activities that they're doing.
Wait, so they're organizing violent protests? They're helping, I'm gonna say Antifa, since most people know what Antifa is. I figured they're just part of another immigration group that give, like, an NGO that helps fund the lawyers, and other resources to give to these foreigners that shouldn't be here, not actively partaking or actively organizing more or less Antifa protests. I'm sure they probably don't have direct, like, they probably have ties to Antifa, but maybe not like super easy ones they can find. Because if they are actually organizing these type of stuff, like, one, the state of California should go after them, and two, if not the state of California, the Fed. Because Antifa is a domestic terrorist organization at this point. And while I know it's more specifically Antifa in this case, and not this Chirla group, and they probably have a different name for it, and maybe, once again, not maybe direct ties to Antifa, it still works within a similar aspect of things. So, wouldn't I would hope the Fed would have some sort of way to go after them, because what do you mean an NGO is organizing violent fucking protests? I know they do that already, right? I know they already do it. Act Blue is more of a less of an NGO. Well, I guess it kind of is, but it's a funding organization for the Democrats, but also they fund other things too. So I guess it is NGO, right? Like, okay, sorry. But like, I feel like it's an easy target. Like, it's a very easy target. Okay, you're organizing violent protests. Okay, get struck down. And obviously some libertarian might come in and be like, oh, well, what's their definition of violent protest? Could it just be, the anti-abortion activists that go to DC every year? That's gonna be a violent protest in the book. And I get that. I get the concern for slippery slope, but I do believe the slippery slope is real and not actually a fallacy. But we also have to actually use power to crush our enemies, because if we don't, our enemies will crush us instead. And there just has to be something, right? There has to be something that can go after these kind of groups. Because, yeah, they're taxpayer fucking funded here. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it. I know why there's all, I know it's why it's all happening. I see the problem, and I just like, okay, go get the bat and bash it. Like, that's how my mind works. Okay, here's a problem. Get the hammer, and drive the nail in. Instead, we have to go through all this bureaucratic red tape. And I get, it's supposed to be there to help protect people, and so there's no, like, injustice occurring. Nobody, no innocent person gets thrown into prison. There's not problems where innocents are being, or companies are going on, like, wrongfully after them. But these are such blatant cases where I just wish we could just rip the red tape completely and just go. Just do it. Fix everything. I'm sitting here in my chair just frustrated, and I wish I could get the bat out myself.
And if this bill were to be passed, organizations like Chirla, they would not even have to disclose the amount of money they're getting from taxpayers.
Correct. These organizations are if they have nothing to hide, why have this bill? And the way they define immigrant services is so broad that a fake hospice could say, well, one of our fake patients, one of our non-existent patients could have been an immigrant, so therefore we get protection under the bill as well. It is absolutely a bill designed to hide the fraud that's going on in the state of California, and the politicians clearly know that the investigative journalists are on the case, and they got to stop the investigative journalists before it's too late, before the public learns the truth.
And do you think there's a conflict of interest with Mia Bonta, husband being the AG, the Attorney General of the state? Meanwhile, he's trying to take credit for exposing the fraud. Meanwhile, she's trying to silence those that actually have exposed the fraud.
Look, when you showed up and visited the fake hospices in LA and Southern California, you showed he wasn't doing his job. This isn't hard to find. He literally was ignoring it. And so you embarrassed him. You embarrassed him by showing that he's not doing his job to protect taxpayer funds. He then calls a press conference last week and says, oh, look, I took out 21 fraudsters. I'm thinking, that's just the tip of the iceberg. And now we've dismantled the fraud rings in California. No, they're not dismantled. You have 21. When you indict 2,100 people, then maybe we're starting to turn the corner.
And he referred to me as certain people.
Certain people. You did his job. You did his job. The job that he should have been doing all along. You did his job, you embarrassed him, and now Mia Bonta, she doesn't want it to happen again, so she's trying to stop citizen journalists.
I'll read the text here that he has popped up on the screen. But just the only thing I wish Nick Shirley could do was actually, arrest these people and for the foreigners deport them, right? Because he's exposing the fraud, but that's all he can do as a citizen, right? As a random person who took his own initiative to actually go ahead and do this stuff, all he can really do is just, expose the fraud, make a video, and hope some politician out there actually is trying to work for the people like he's supposed to and will do something about it. Versus the Attorney General is also supposed to expose the fraud and criminalize and deport those that need to be deported. Excuse me, and imprison those that deserve to be imprisoned. Because if Nick Shirley could actually do that part, things would be so much easier. But no, all he can do is expose and pray that somebody will take care of it for him. And in California, that's just not happening. It's just not happening in fucking California. I mean, thankfully, because of his Somalian video in Minnesota, JD Vance has that fraud task force. But now we're talking 50 states, which is obviously better than nothing because all 50 states have this problem. But that's not something that's going to be solved under the Trump term. That's going to take, if we're going to go through the fucking red tape once again, that's going to take years. Years upon years to have to comb through every state. And then you have to, take in California and New York City, right? A state with as much fraud as they have, combing through that kind of crap is probably worth, like, at least 5 other states as on top of it. Just so fucking frustrating that we actually we got to the point that we did now. There's so many ways to actually have the solution. There's so many solutions to this problem, right? I actually didn't say so many solutions, right? There's a very easy solution to all these problems. We just can't do it because of fucking bureaucracy. Let me do the frame by frame to get to where the text started here. The Stop Nick Shirley Act is a direct act on all of us. By trying to silence and intimidate journalists, they are trying to hide the truth from you. The fraud is exposed, and now they need new laws to... Yes. Need new laws to hide it, basically. Subscribe and join the antifraudclub.com. Yes. I agree with pretty much all of that. Here is the link. There we go. Go watch the video yourself. Give it a like. Add a comment. Right? Liking is apparently really important in the YouTube algorithm at the current moment. And so if you want to help support a creator, make sure you like the video, including the live stream too. That would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. But anyway, but still watch a few minutes of it. Comment. Try to boost it in the algorithm so more people can actually watch this video to see what is happening within California to try to silence people from talking about the crimes that California is committing. I thank you, Logic Saga, for the $5 redos. Thank you. Trump doesn't care about domestic issues. He lets the left do whatever they want and just follows orders. Yeah, I kind of do believe the theory that Trump has given up on domestic stuff because the judges keep on blocking him and he doesn't have the balls to just ignore the judges and go after them. And so that's one of the reasons why he has shifted to foreign things. I do think there's some truth to it. Obviously, there's lots of, like, Israel influence involved with that too. But I think two things can be true at the same time. And it's a mix of that, right? That he's more susceptible to the foreign influence because he feels like the only thing he can actually do anything about is foreign. Because, believe it or not, it's a lot easier for the President of the United States, right? The most powerful office in the whole entire world. The world hegemon, the leader of the world hegemon himself. It's easier for the President to just bomb a random country than it is for him to fix any domestic issues actually at home. That's how absurd our fucking system is. it's enough to make a grown man cry. Like, it's just so fucking, ugh. It's that fucked? Yes, it's that fucking fucked here. They just got here, so they made an anti-Nick Shirley bill. Yeah, California is creating a bill. Well, it's a bill, but within the bill is an act. But the whole bill is also fucking bullshit too. Where they're going to try to make it illegal for people to do citizen investigative journalism. And so if somebody comes in and tries to record any fraud and report on it, they can be arrested, have heavy fines on them, and have to have the content be forced to be taken down. Great bill. 10 out of 10 recommend. Every single 50 states should have that. Totally doesn't violate the First Amendment whatsoever. Oh, he can do something domestically, like randomly endorsing the worst politicians you've ever seen? Lindsey Graham. Yeah, I mean, there's that, but then, I don't know. Like, maybe I'm a little bit too online, but do people actually vote for people who've been endorsed by Trump? I know the Trump's endorsement does help a bit, but if you look at someone like Lindsey Graham, right? I don't know, Lindsey Graham has been governor. Is he governor or senator? I can't remember what his position is. He's a senator, right? He's been there for like as long as I've been alive in South Carolina. So obviously people keep voting for him. So Trump's endorsement probably wouldn't actually most people, like, I don't know, Trump's endorsement probably wouldn't affect it too much because he's already gonna basically win it. But at the same time, like, for like a lot of people that Trump endorses, I've never heard of them before. And so I have to like go look them up and be like, okay, what they're actually about. Like, maybe because it's all in like different states and not my own. I don't know, but just because the president endorses somebody doesn't mean I'm gonna vote for them. Especially more recently, where Trump's been endorsing people who are actively anti-America, and he's dismissing the America First types. I don't know. I just don't know. Underestimate how many people are cattle? I guess that makes sense. Cause I know a lot of people actually are cattle, even on the right. But I figured more people just voted for whatever was in their party lines, right? They don't know who these people are. They see the R or the D beside their names and just vote based off of that. And then if they have multiple R's or D's beside their name, they try to figure out, like, you know, there's multiple options. They just kind of pick one at random or whoever they recognize. That's about it. That's how I figured most cattle works, not based off the endorsements. There. Or South Carolina is one of the reddest states, yet some of the worst Republicans. Well, they're basically permanent there. Like, obviously red states are better than blue states by a long shot. But I do think one of the flaws of a red state is the fact that because it is a permanent red state, the Republicans can be absolute ass. And just because they're a Republican, they're still going to win. Because it's a red state. It's the vote red no matter who type of situation. Which I know I said, like, I was advocating yesterday that we need to do that more, and we should. But at the same time, if it's a permanent red state, I would hope we have a few more options than it's the same person over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Right? Like, it gets some new, fresh, young blood instead of Lindsey Graham's 25-year-old ass. He's not actually 25. I meant like 25 years in the seat type of deal. That's what I mean. But yeah. Vote red until you're dead? Yeah. Term limits for Congress? I fucking wish. I wish. Like, we have a term... Like, to me, what's ridiculous is that we have a term limit for the president, right? 4 years. 4 years is not a long enough time for the leader of the free world to do anything. You get into office, and the first 4 years you have to spend fighting and trying to remove the previous president, which is probably the opposite party, actions. at best, and it's usually going to be till the end of the 4 years before you even get a modicum of it basically fixed. And then if you're lucky and you win for another 4 more years, you can finally spend the rest of those 4 years continuing what you did the previous 4 years. And then at that point, you can probably get some changes in that requires 8 years consecutively, not broken up like Trump has been. Because then you have once Biden going in and just stomping over everything. That's of course if you're following the rules, which is what Trump is doing. Biden wasn't fucking following the rules whatsoever. He was trying to ignore the courts multiple times until he got his way. Trump's not even barely trying to do that. And you can't really do anything with 4 years. And then with 8, you can finally get something done if once again they're consecutive. And then you have the next person, because at that point, usually the opposite party wins because people get sick of the party that was in power really not actually fixing much of anything. And so then the people vote for the other side. And the process starts all over again. And meanwhile, just everything just gets worse because nothing actually gets solved because bureaucratic red tape and blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, Congress and Supreme Court, no, just for life. For as long as possible. People actually making the bills, just whatever, for as long as possible. Go ahead. Whatever. Totally fine and dandy. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Our system's so fucked up. It is so fucked. It needs to be completely revamped from the very beginning. But there's no good way to go about it. But anyway, I did say the California stuff was supposed to be a gray pill. And while this is the black part of the gray, right? This is the black part of the gray pill. This is the sad part. However, the white part of the gray pill is the fact that with J.D. Vance's fraud task force and within California, they have exposed and have defunded a lot of different services within California. So here's Dr. Oz talking about part of it, and we have more tabs to go further. I should probably unmute, and that way you can actually hear him speak. Wouldn't that be useful? Wouldn't that be a little bit useful?
If you're defrauding Medicare, listen carefully. If you're defrauding Medicare, start running, because we are coming for you. Don't walk, run away.
FBI announces so-called arrests and major hospice care fraud bust. Taxpayer losses exceed $50 million.
Walking over to meet the SWAT team. It's not dawn yet, obviously. Just before 5 a.m. Los Angeles. And these folks are, within the hour, going to be busting down doors and pulling folks out of their homes. We've got a bunch of hospice operators who've been getting away with fraud and corruption for a long time. That ends today. You see the large convoy that's heading out. I'm proud that the FBI and U.S. Attorney and DOJ are so engaged in actions necessary to stop hospice fraud in California. All right, so we just got here. They asked us to pull aside.
Stand by.
Definitely going to be noticed now. You see the second vehicle's entering just down below the hill. This sort of windy road is difficult to navigate. They just got through that was fast. They're making enough noise that there's no way you can stay in that house. Plus,
open up!
You can see the culprit back there.
FBI, open up! I will say, though, that with the editing and the music, this definitely feels, and like, as you can see, the huge camera crew here, I'm glad they're still doing something, and I'm sure it's real who they're going after. It does feel a little bit forced, but it is government propaganda, and propaganda is technically neutral. It's just a tool at the end of the day, and there's good propaganda and there's bad propaganda. Most of the time it's bad because it's supposed to make the populace believe something that is actually detrimental to them, but there's good propaganda which actually inspires them and moralizes them and raises their spirits. And this despite the music, which is supposed to give you anxiety and suspense, this is supposed to be good propaganda because it actually shows the government actually doing something, which they do need to create to help, push the narrative even more. Which this is a good narrative to push, going after these people who are committing fraud in hospice and various things. It's just you didn't have to do the suspense music. The editing it would have been a little bit stiff, but I feel like I guess they could have done it. They could have done the editing as a whole better. But hey, listen, I'm trying to find the bright side of this thing. Okay, they're going after fraud in hospices.
They're putting it in the back of the truck. You have healthcare professionals who are actually defrauding the government. These guys have taken maybe $8 million of bills from hospice programs.
A white woman. Okay, listen. I know whites. Let me back this up. Let me back this up
Guys
before I
have
go my
taken
little
maybe
rant here.
$8 million.
Listen. I know whites commit crimes. I know they commit fraud. But we're talking about California, which has like a 30-some% white population here. And is flooded with nuns. Especially in the case of LA. You're telling me that the one person they've arrested for this propaganda piece is a white woman? And not a nun. Statistically, that seems very fucking low. Very low.
Of bills from hospice programs, and that's how they buy these beautiful houses, theoretically. But now he's in the back of a van going to jail.
Which, by the way, regardless of skin color, I do want them all to be arrested and taken care of for committing fraud. But you cannot deny that it's most prevalent within certain communities, and whites not as much.
It's the Vice President's task force. It's the Attorney General has said we are doing zero tolerance on this fraud. The American people have had enough because when these people operate
Okay, so we got the one white woman again, and then we got some mystery meats. Lighter skin mystery meats, but mystery meat. Okay, this is a little bit more acceptable, but still.
fake fraudulent hospice, and they bill.
Is that a white guy? Okay, now we have a darker mystery meat nun. Okay. Fine. I'll let this I'll let this go.
You for $8 million, they're really billing the taxpayer. That's our money going to pay for this house and those cars and their vacations. And we're subsidizing fraudsters' lifestyles. That's very offensive to the American people.
These folks are big-time fraudsters. I mean, the house that we...
It adds up. Yeah. The fraud adds up. I mean, if someone's doing $5 million here, $2 million, it adds up really quickly. I think that's what's so staggering. And these numbers are so large, it's almost hard to conceptualize them. And for government, what's a couple $1 million? And we got to get out of that mindset.
Yeah, what's a couple $1 million to the government? Because remember, chat, the government doesn't see it's the taxes as their money. They see it as your money, and so therefore they don't care. They'll spend it willy-nilly. All-inclusive fraudsters. I mean, based off the amount of mystery meat there, having one white woman and one white guy, I guess, is not the worst statistically. I'm still a little bit surprised. But, I mean, hey, maybe they did this on purpose, because that way they can say that it's not racist, because if they really were all nuns, then you had the left crying, oh, you're racist, you're just, grabbing the black people, or the foreigners, or whatever they come from, right, the Mexicans, which, to be fair, they should, because that's most of them that are doing it, and the government should just completely dismiss the leftists complaining about that kind of stuff. But, unfortunately, the government still cares about their crying, despite all the talk, and so therefore they did find the one white woman committing the fraud. There. Probably just the wife of the real culprit. I mean, maybe there wasn't a white guy there, but don't exactly know about that. Thank you, God's goofiest guy, for the Subby Bubby over on Kick. Thank you. Well, someone has to be the ringleader. You think a nun could think of this? That is true. That is true. I just figure the ringleaders are actually, the NGOs and the lawyers and the politicians. Those are usually the ringleaders when it comes down to this kind of stuff. There. And then on top of that too, Dr. Oz confirms that after stopping payments to 450 hospices in California, still not one has called to ask to have their payments reinstated.
What is the response?
Why are you so quiet? I have to turn this up quite a bit.
What is the response to Democrats arguing that this rooting out of fraud, that it's cutting Medicaid services? What is your response to that?
None at all. They know it's manufactured. That's why when they say this sort of, like sheepishly mention the possibility that you might once in a while hurt someone that's innocent. I argue that if you take a child with autism and you give them the services they need, you're doing a great service. It's the right thing to do. We're a great...
It's not me cutting off half his fucking face. It's the video. I'm sorry about that.
People will always help folks in need. But if every mother is pretending because they're getting paid that the children in the neighborhood have autism, which is bad for those kids, by the way.
And you're seeing that.
And we're seeing that in Minnesota. You take a budget from $3 million to $400 million. You do that by creating programs and manufacturing services that aren't supposed to be used. But what you're doing is you're hurting the child who really has autism because they can't get access to services, and you're corrupting the entire system. We're seeing the same thing in California with hospice, where you have 1/3 of all the hospices, Katie, in the entire country are in Los Angeles, not California, just LA. I mean, how many people are dying there?
Yeah.
Right, so you obviously have allowed corruption.
A red flag.
And I'll make this announcement at your show, we have stopped payments to 450 hospices in California. Guess what? Not one has called us asking to reinstitute them.
Wow.
They may change their minds over time, but in 10 weeks, we've shut down 450 payment systems to these guys. That's representing at least $600, $700 million just this year. And no one...
Well, that's because they don't have to do anything. Like with Tyler Oliveira's video, what the H-1B visas I reacted to on stream a couple weeks ago. Like, he would go into these people's offices and there'd be nobody there. No one there whatsoever. And then he would interview the people who are working in the businesses beside them and be like, hey, do you ever see anybody here? And be like, no, maybe like once or twice a year. And that's about it. It's because they don't have to do anything. Once they get everything set up and get the bank accounts set up, all they have to do is let the money flow in. And obviously inspections are not happening on a regular enough basis for them to be prevented to do this stuff. And all they have to do is just, okay, re-register every year. Get their LLC reformatted, whatever the case is. Whatever little paperwork that they have to do on a yearly basis, if that. Just to prove that they're still alive. And other than that, they just let the payment flow in. Just let the payment flow in. Nobody's actually paying attention to the accounts. Or the paperwork or anything about it. And so, just with 450 shut down like that, we probably still have I assume they still have a ton of money still left in there based off how much the government is giving out like candy to everybody except for the people that actually need it. And then, that's it. They did pay attention because why do they have to? They're just used to constantly having money. And they probably have some other account where they're just able to hide the fact that they're linked so they don't actually see the number flow. Everything's all taken care of for them.
One's complaining.
Oh, that's it. I was in the clip. 450 doesn't seem nearly enough of the population numbers in California has. Oh, definitely not. Because here's going back to the red tape, the bureaucracy once again, is that it's a slow process because they are doing this by the legal measures, and that takes time. And so they got 450 of them. That's what they got within the past few months. Give them a few more months, they'll probably get another 450. And of course, as long as it doesn't stop or get dismantled like Doge did. Because Doge would have been glorious if it actually stayed and went through. But instead, it got completely obliterated. Because the politicians don't actually want to solve the problem. And it was not until, once again, Nick Shirley did his simoleon fraud thing that J.D. Vance got this task force together. And now they're finally taking care of it. Which, since it does fall within the hospices and healthcare and various things like that, RFK is also involved. He says they shut down 500 hospices instead. But he repeats some of the stuff that what Dr. Oz did, but he does expand upon it in other areas. So I'm going to play his clip as well.
We've already shut down 500 hospices in Los Angeles, and incidentally, we haven't had one call from Congress or anybody else about complaining, because clearly these were fraudulent. A lot of these places, you'd say they'd have, they were just invented addresses. They would obtain patient identification, or they would pay people. They were going and giving people in poor neighborhoods flat screen televisions, $600, and then they would enlist them enroll them in the hospice, and we were paying them $6,000.
Giving poor people, which in LA, there's a lot of fucking poor people with how mismanaged that state is for a vast majority of reasons, and then giving them just televisions to bribe them, and then they enroll them supposedly in the hospice, and then that's it. That's it. Once again, everything's taken care of, just like I just said. I mean, it takes a little bit more effort, but if all you need to do is just bribe some poor person with a free TV, well, and then I can rake in thousands upon thousands of dollars and just to have them sign up for hospice, it's a fucking steal. Absolute fucking steal. Well, that's what's going on. It's fucking crazy. Like, the more that's coming out, like I've covered the fraud situation quite a lot. I would probably say, I did a lot of stuff on Doge, so I know those VODs have been lost into the abyss. Obviously the Nick Shirley with Minnesota, Tyler Rivera with the H1Bs. I've done a lot of streams on H1Bs in particular, because once again, a lot of the VODs are in the abyss at this point. But I remember the Christmas crash out in 2024. I remember Elon Musk's Christmas crash out in 2024. I did a live stream on that. I was back when I just started streaming, just like a couple months before that even happened. And oh, buddy, that was interesting. There. So I've done different topics on fraud, and every single time, like I know it's a lot of it's like roughly the same, and so part of me does like, okay, like even like tonight, for example, I'm like, okay, is this actually more newsworthy when it comes to the fraud? Because a lot of it is roughly the same for how everything functions, the amount of astronomical amounts of money that just blows my mind. Because like once you get past like 6 digits, or even higher into 6 digits, I just think, wow, I can't count that high. I'm too retarded. My brain literally cannot compute how much money that is. I think the max my brain can compute is like $200,000, and even then, $200,000 is still a lot of money. And you're telling me we're getting to the billions? There. But like, every single time we talk about fraud, I just find new ways that they're defrauding people and scamming the system. Like in this case, giving people flat screen TVs to sign them up for hospice. Oh, okay, cool. I just figured they just kind of banded together as a group of nuns. But you know what? There's a little bit of bribery involved with this too. Oh, great. Okay. This fucking sucks. It just fucking sucks here. I need to quit my job and get scamming ASAP before Nick Shirley comes here, LMAO. Yeah, kind of how I feel too. I mean, I disavow, obviously, right? But going back to the whole taxes scenario, like, why should I pay my taxes when these people don't? Why should I pay my taxes when all these people are just getting my money when I'm working a job and, actually paying into the system that I'm getting nothing out of other than punishment for actually being a good citizen? Like, what can I do to scam the fucking government? Because clearly they're not going after people, right? They're not doing anything about it. I am white, so unfortunately that makes a bigger target on my back. But like, what's the government going to do? Like, come on, like all these other people get away with it. Why can't I? Bruh, 200K can't even buy a house even? Okay. Yeah, that's fair, right? Like the average house is like what, $400,000-$500,000. Well, I'm trying to think of like money in my account, right? In my bank account, having that much money in my bank account, I cannot think about that because that's just so much money. That is just so much money. Third option, exit the system entirely. Well, see, somebody tried to live off the grid back in the 90s, and then the government found them, killed their dog, killed their son, killed their wife, and that went down for a few days until finally they admitted that, yeah, they're kind of at fault, but that didn't exactly work out for them now, did they? By trying to exit the system entirely. Because if you try to exit the system, the government's going to go after your ass. They're going to set you up. Like, I'm actually kind of concerned about the Aaron, what's his last name? It starts with an S. His name. He's setting up that white-only community in, I believe, Alabama. There. It's been a long time since it's been up on topic for that. But I'm just like, man, when are the feds gonna get in and ruin that too? Because, I mean, I would totally join it if I was, married and all that fun stuff. Because it's supposed to be a community for people to move together and build upon, like the Amish kind of. And it just, I'm just waiting for the feds to pour in if they haven't already. Arkansas it is? Okay, not Alabama. I got my A states confused. Arkansas. Get citizenship in a better country then? That's not, like, that's not how to fix it though. The fleeing doesn't fix the problem when white people are being replaced in real time in every single Western country. Like, it's not gonna solve the problem. Like, it's like, I didn't really fully pay attention to this, so I don't know the details. But I saw there was some German guy who made a big long video about why he's fleeing Germany. And he's blaming, like, taxes and immigration for it. And it's like, okay, I get Germany, like, I saw a statistic recently that Germany's, like, 31%, I believe, foreign immigrants, which is ridiculously high for, because all the immigration problems that have been in Germany in the past 20 years. So the fact that Germany is already, like, a third foreign born, right? Foreigners in general is insane. So on one point, I can't exactly blame them for leaving. On the other hand, how's France doing? How's England doing? Like, how's America doing? Canada, Australia. Like, we're all facing the same problems here. Fleeing doesn't solve anything. It just, at best, you have a little bit more time. So the only thing you can really do is stay in your country and try to advocate to protect it as best as possible within your means. And try to even go beyond your means. If you can. And, because where else is there to go? You can't fix the world, only improve your situation? Yes. Which, I mean, good point. Because I haven't said this recently, and I should say it more often, that the fact that the best way to improve your life is to focus on yourself first and foremost. Work out, change your diet, try to learn a new skill, help your friends and family. If you're religious, go partake in the church community and community in general, right? Like, that's the only thing you really can do at hand, and then, keep on posting online and talking about the situation. Red pill some normies. Excuse me. Because I saw somebody talking about how most normies aren't even aware of, like, suicidal empathy or the transing kids, or some of the other horrors that have been happening over the past few years. And then you tell them about it, and, like, or the Somalians, right, and the welfare scams. They're not even, like, aware of what's actually happening. Most normies, because once again, they're normies. The whole point of them is to stick their head in the sand. But when you tell them about it, they're usually horrified about the occurrence, because the most normal people being like, wow, mutilating children's kind of wrong, or wow, all these Somalians in their daycare centers and hospices and autism stuff and defrauding the government, that's pretty fucking terrible, isn't it? Yeah, like, most people do actually agree with it. They're just not aware with it because they just wake up in the day, go to work, scroll through TikTok with the funny little videos, or play their video games, and then go to bed again, right? They don't really pay that much attention to these various things. And so you can, like, start repelling normies, and that helps a bit too. You have to do it gently, right? You can't just blast them with, wow, have you heard about the Jews recently? Yeah, you can't exactly do that to them, but you can do various different ways to improve your life, and that is the best way forward. But fleeing their country is the opposite of that. There. Time to flee to another planet. Hurry up and get us to Mars, Elon. I don't know about that. Get involved in their local government and to make it aware. It might not get instant results, but at least can get that ball rolling. Yeah, I mean, getting involved with local government, I'm not gonna, like, dissuade that. I just have very little faith in the system. I have seen so many politicians who go in with a heart of gold to actually try to do stuff, and they get blocked and locked out constantly, repeatedly, and either they eventually cave and leave, or they eventually fall into the trap of the system as well, and become just as corrupt as the other ones, because that's the only way they actually survive. And obviously, on one hand, someone has to take it for the team to actually do any changes, but I also think our system is so corrupt that we need to do alternative changes. Alternative changes, if you get my drift. There. Yeah. Not that, but at the same time, going involved with your local government is still better than nothing, right? It's still better than doom scrolling all day. Every time I tell normies the truth, and morons act like it's my fault for things getting messed up, they get mad at me. Well, I guess it depends on, like, how strong... Okay, I'm not saying it's, like, impossible, or I'm not trying to dismiss it. Not like I really red-pilled many normies in my life either, right? Actually, I kind of have, but that's a different story. Like, I don't know, maybe just got unlucky, right? Because you have to make sure you do it with the right person. You can't just randomly go up to somebody, even something you've known for a long time. You have to judge based off their personality, like your coworker, whatever the case is. Because if you know they're not going to, like, actually take not take accountability, right? But they're not going to actually listen to you, then what's the point of red pilling them? You have to pick and choose which normie you're going to do. So actually have a good relationship with them, understand their personality, and then pick a topic that you know is going to be receptive to them. It's literally just manipulation, but the good kind of manipulation. Because fuck it, the leftists are going to do it, then the right should do it too. Because somebody's got to talk to them about it. You got to talk to the normies in a way they can understand. Yeah, like I remember when I worked at the office in my office job. I helped out one of my coworkers was already pretty politically involved. A little bit, like, definitely more surface level, but actually almost all of them, now I think about it, had some vein of political awareness in general, but like they're all right leaning too. I think it's because of the line of work I was in for the office, and then also the people I was around and where I live. Those various aspects to it. But there was one woman who I was co-worker friends with, and how I kind of got the ball rolling with her is actually she started it, because one day she messaged me and she was just like, yeah, so this might be a little bit racist of me, but why does it, like, it seems like every single time a black person calls, it's just a waste of time. Is it just me? Am I being racist? And I'm like, oh honey, oh, you're not being racist at all. Come with me, my dear sweet summer child, and let me tell you about the wonderful ways of statistics and everything like that. I didn't like go full like red pill with her, but I was like, no, no, you're completely right. It's okay to be racist. You know, it's fine. Everything's fine and dandy. And after that, she started like opening up to me about different things, and I would tell her. And I had a group chat with her and the other guy who I mentioned who was a little bit political as well. And so we would tell her about the different things over the past like 10 years, and she'd be like, "What the fuck?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, corrupt." Welcome to the true man's world. Yes. let me teach you about pattern recognition. I mean, in her defense, she already had the pattern recognition, right? She's the one that came to me and she's like, listen, this might be a bit racist, but like, isn't it just a waste of time when it talks to black people whenever they call in? And so she already had the pattern recognition there. She just needed the reassurance to actually be racist. Men, listen up. Never show your power level at work, period. I think it, I would agree 99.9% of the time. Like, I 100% agree with that. In my case, I think I got lucky with the job that I was in, the coworkers, the area, the kind of work the office job actually was, because like, I was just part of the sales, right? I was just selling the product that we're doing, but like the product in general is a little bit more conservative leaning. You could argue to a certain degree. Like oh, sorry, my cat. My cat just hit the space bar with her fucking tail. Anyway, but yeah, pretty much everybody I worked with except for one chick, the chick who sat at the front desk to ask customers to come in, to greet customers when they came in. All of them were definitely conservative of some sort of degree, right? And then even the girl on the front desk, she was definitely a liberal of some flavor, but she wasn't one of the crazy extreme ones too. So I got lucky in that aspect. When I worked at Walmart beforehand, though, that's a different story. Walmart was a whole can of worms. Were you selling white monsters or something? Yes, I was selling white monsters to the true Aryans that are going to Agartha here soon. You were working with customer service? Dang, respect. All my jobs have been customer service because I went to a college for 1 semester and I said, wow, this fucking sucks. I'm out of here. So I worked at a gas station. I've worked at Walmart. I worked in the sales. So it's all been customer service to some sort of degree. There. Yeah.
Is it the Jews? Is it
What was
the
I gonna
Jews?
say? I was gonna say something
assuming
else,
it's
and I
always the
forget what it was. Well, it was related to the whole office job and red pilling normies. And oh, I remember this. I've told this story on stream before, but it's been a minute, so I want to tell it again because it's fucking hilarious. So like I said, every single person in my office was of like conservative to some sort of flavor, minus the front end lady, right? Well, my manager, we got a new manager, and he's a foreigner, but he was a nice foreigner, didn't actually have an accent. He was born and raised in America, Christian, traditional values, the whole shebang. So he's like one of the good ones, right? The 0.1% that are actually like decent, you could say, in this case. And once he knew I was political and was into politics, which was kind of an accident, but yeah, because anyways, he started talking politics with me a little bit, and my because we actually had a pretty good relationship. And one day, randomly, at the end of the day, it was a little bit slow. We weren't really getting the calls coming in, whatever the case is. He just randomly walked into my office and asked me, "What do you think about the Jews?" And I just burst out laughing for literally 5 minutes. I thought I was gonna piss myself. I had tears streaming down my my cheeks here, like just losing my fucking shit, and praying to God that the owner wasn't in who his office was like down the hall, because I was just like, what do you mean my manager at 4:15 is coming to my office randomly to talk about the Jews? Like, what do you mean my manager's asking me about the fucking Jews? And after like a couple minutes of me just still laughing, because I just couldn't get over the absurdity of the situation of it, he's like, okay, I think I have my answer. And I'm like, and then that just made me laugh more. That made me laugh even more. So I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And that was That was it. That was the conversation. And he walked away and I was still laughing. I just couldn't. I just completely lost control. And we never talked about the Jews since. And then I actually, not long after that, I did quit. But still, just, yeah. Weren't you worried at all? Not really. Because, like, the way he came in, and, like, he sauntered in, he leaned against the door frame there. He had this little smug look on his face, and he's just like, so, you know, he did a little animation of his face, too. I'm not sure I can really replicate it since I have the, the VTuber model on, right? But he's like, so, what do you think of the Jews, you know? Like that kind of deal. And so yeah, I wasn't, and it just completely caught me off guard that he would do such a thing. So I just laughed. I didn't even answer him. I just laughed. So I didn't even really give him an answer technically. I just kept on laughing. That's it. So I had plausible deniability there, but I mean, I wasn't too worried about it. When he said like I got my answer, it was this little like self-assured smile, right? We're like, yep, I got my answer. I got my answer, like a good kind, right? He was risen you up. He already had a wife and like 1 million kids. Who the heck starts a conversation like that anyway? That's how I fucking feel! Like, what do you mean? It's 4:15. We're leaving in 45 minutes. And I know the calls have been slow and your office is right across from mine, but what do you mean? Anyway, weren't we talking about California fraud? Wait, we got way off topic here. We got a little way off topic here. However, Massad, speaking of the tiny hats, Massad did give me a call. And so, Squabadude, thank you for the $2 reduce. Thank you. My job is over when every Floyd can say it with a hard R safely. See, that's what I advocate for, right? Because even back in my, like, most social justice warrior phase, which I did go kind of far, but I didn't go, like, that far either. I was still, like, a free speech absolutist. I still advocated for free speech, and like, yeah, saying the hard R was bad, but like, I didn't want it to become illegal, or, you know, that kind of deal. Like, I still like, oh, saying is bad, but don't make it illegal, don't, you know, shouldn't censor people for saying it, that kind of deal. There. I know that it's, you know, I am on the opposite side of the spectrum. I'm like, yes, everyone should say the hard R, without any case. There. Everyone should do it. Anyway, what other tabs did I have for about this? Okay, yes, because this is supposed to be the white pill side of the California fraud stuff here. There we go. So, one of these hospice locations, not exactly sure if this is the exact hospice, is it one that Dr. Oz and RFK were talking about, but here's an example of one. A hospice location in Signal Hill, California has been operating for 9 years, but their phone goes to voicemail location is empty. Despite this, they quadrupled their patients from 2022 to 2023 and billed Medicare $1.2 million in 2023. This is right next to a small building with 700 companies headquartered in it. Take a look at this quiet building in Signal Hill, California. Doesn't look like the headquarters of hundreds of trucking companies, right? But the federal records show nearly 700 freight companies tied to a single address. Which we'll watch this video here. So it's kind of similar to like the H1B situation with Tyler Oliveira showed in his video, but in this case, hospice in California. I hope this is one of them that got shut down, because that would be beautiful. If not, well, congratulations, Dr. Oz, RFK, JD Vance. You got another one. You got another one to check out here.
You guys, I'm here in...
Oh, and this guy, I don't know who he is. But if that anti-Nick Shirley bill gets passed or act, sorry, well, he might get a little bit arrested here.
Signal Hill at 2930 Gardena Avenue, where Angelus Hospice Incorporated, actually titled under Panacea Hospice, doing business as Angelus Hospice, doesn't have its door open, has a business card. Guy next door says they've changed locations, and in 2025 they filed for bankruptcy, and 2 months later it was settled, and they're back in operation doing what they do best. So let's give them a call. 562-980.
You file for bankruptcy, and then you're back 2 months later doing the same thing over again. How is this allowed? I know how it's allowed, but how is this allowed?
0046. They had one review 9 months ago where someone said that they were always in a rush, left before the hour was up, and when their family member was dying, oh man, they're so busy that they don't have time to answer the phone. So their one review said that when their family member was dying, they called for an immediate nurse for assistance. They were super confused and frightened as to the process of their loved one dying. The hospice care nurse didn't show up until several hours later after the patient had died, and they gave a 1-star review saying mediocre at best, always left early, didn't really care about the client. And the review even went on and they cut it off, and when I tried to find the review, it was removed off of Yelp, and only 2 reviews from a year ago that have 5 stars are on there now. So they've...
Well, the silver lining is that they actually sent somebody there, so it's better than not being, the guy calling and not getting a response. Actually, you know what? The guy calling them and not getting a response would have been better in that situation, because then they would have called somebody else to try to get help. That would have been better than having the shitty hospice care come in hours later after the patient had died. And the fact that they're getting rid of the reviews and only keep a couple 5-star reviews that pretend they're legitimate business too, yeah. Like, this might not be complete, ghosting fraud where, nobody's there, even though it's very clearly that nobody's there. They probably have, one person manning to pretend that's the case. Or a couple people. And that's about it. That's about it here. There. Thank you, Ron, for becoming YouTube's strongest soldier over on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Remind me, chatters, to, after we get through with this video, I do need an action. I'll just announce it now. I'll just announce it now so I don't forget, because I should have done this at the beginning of the stream anyways. But tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST, I will be doing a members only stream. However, I'm changing it up a little bit. So, it's members only technically for YouTube, and then Ko-Fi there's also a membership page as well if you want to bypass YouTube. But I looked into it, and Kick, Subby Bubbies are the same cost as the YouTube membership. Rumble Premium is the same cost as the YouTube membership there. So, what I'm planning on doing, I'm going to test this out, but I do kind of feel bad because I do want more people to go to Kick and Rumble, because fuck YouTube anyways, right? Anyone's got Subby Bubbies on Kick, I'll stream on Kick as well. It will be a Subby Bubby only chat. Technically, you can still watch and lurk if you're not actually a Subby Bubby in that case. So I can't actually make it specifically members only, but the Subby Bubbies can actually chat instead. That's the only way I can really do that. But I mean, hey, still. And then Rumble Premium will still just be for Rumble Premium people as well. In that case. That way, every platform that you prefer, especially in the case of Kick, since I do prefer Kick overall, gets supported. And because it's the same cost for the various forms of membership there. So, it makes the most logical sense. And I don't really like... I know, I don't really like YouTube that much. And I don't like blocking out you guys, the vast majority of you guys, for YouTube's sake. And it's just... listen, as much as I love my racism here, okay? I don't like discriminating. it's hard to explain, right? It's only fair. It's to me, it's only fair. It's the same cost for Subby Bubby as it is for a YouTube membership. Like, to me, it doesn't logically make sense that somebody gets a Subby Bubby and Kick, you don't get the same benefits as somebody who's got a membership on YouTube, right? Like, either way, you're supporting me and you're being nice. If anything, a Subby Bubby and Kick should get you more benefits because of the 95-5 split the Kick has versus YouTube's 70-30 split that they have. So tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST, I will be doing the members only stream for everybody, but you have to have a Subby Bubby on Kick, you Rumble Premium for Rumble, or membership on YouTube, or Ko-Fi if you want to join a Discord server and bypass all of them, and that way. If that makes sense. Yeah, I know it's a lot of yeah, that's what I'm going to be trying that out tomorrow. In that case. Ko-Fi means less YouTube tax, which in turn means more amalgamating them all. That is true. That is very, very true. Especially when it comes to the higher donos, because YouTube takes even more for the bigger dollar reduce in that case. Versus Kick 95-5. I don't remember what Rumble's split is, but it's not as bad as YouTube, and obviously Ko-Fi is much better too. Like, Ko-Fi is similar to basically Kick in that case. So, if you do want to support the channel and everything like that, I'm beggars can't be choosers, right? And I'm a beggar, so I'm not complaining either way. But if you want to support the channel, Ko-Fi or Kick are the best ways by far. But yes, that's it. That's it. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. EST. Subby Bubbies for Kick, Rumble Premium for Rumble, YouTube memberships for YouTube, and Ko-Fi memberships. You have to be in the Discord, so for the ones that anyway. Continue on.
Been open for almost 9 years. Okay, in 2023, they billed Medicare $1.2 million, and they had 4,334 days of hospice care within the year, meaning they had, I believe, 78 enrollees. We're going to check back more. In 2022, they only had 20 Medicare beneficiaries and only pulled in about 210,000. But then it bumped up in 2023 to 1.2 million. So we're going to keep checking this out, but no one's at this address. The guy said they moved. It's all over the place. And the owners have several more healthcare and hospice agencies in this area. So let's keep on moving.
This is the exact same thing that the H1B bullcrap that Tyler Oliveira exposed in Texas. And very similar to what Nick Shirley did with the Somalians in Minnesota. It's happening in every single fucking state with all these nuns, all these foreigners. Right, okay, maybe in this case for California, it's not actually a non running this, but I'm pressing X to doubt because California statistics are not exactly good, right, with the demographics there. But it's every single state has this. I can guarantee you, your state, your reddest, most blandest state, like Kansas or the Dakotas, like those kind of the plain states, right? The ones, the flyover states, the reddest of red of them. They probably have the exact same thing in their major cities, and even the bigger small towns. Even though you know what it's going to mean, they're not the big cities, but like they're bigger towns, especially for the area. In that case, probably the exact same thing going on. Everywhere it's happening. I know when Nick Shirley did expose the Somalian fraud, people were looking at autism centers and their states and their cities, and they're finding them everywhere once again. In Idaho's a red state. It's there as well.
Take a look at this quiet building in Signal Hill, California. Doesn't look like the headquarters of hundreds of trucking companies, right? But federal records show nearly 700 freight companies tied to this single address. Roughly 500 of those companies list the same email. WTF, FMCSA@AOL.com.
How
AOL?
absurd is
AOL, I can maybe let the WTF go just because of, acronyms and shit like that. But AOL, bruh. Who uses that other than the ones that still, I guess, have their emails left over from the ancient days? And does no inspections ever happen, too? I know California's a big state with too many people. Half the state needs to be deported, all that fun stuff. But, Still, isn't there supposed to be inspections happening? Aren't there supposed to be regulations in place? So what do you mean 700 trucking companies in this tiny little building right here? Does nobody check this stuff? Clearly not. Clearly not.
Prax reported this exact address to federal regulators 2 years ago.
If we all know about it and we reported it, why is something not being done?
Take a look at this quiet building.
Because all the politicians, all the NGOs, all the lawyers are getting all their money from it. That's why nothing's being done. The purpose of the system is what it does. And then the man on the thumbnail, the beautiful Aryan Gavin Newsom. Remember, chat, vote for the Democrats to own the Republicans in the midterms in 2028. Oh, because Gavin Newsom's gonna save the fucking day. For the record, that is sarcasm. Gavin Newsom said that RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz were lied about hospice fraud in California, but 21 people have just been charged with $267 million in hospice fraud in the state. That is not a small issue, and it will not be something politicians can keep ignoring. Healthcare fraud does not just waste money and cost lives. If just 21 people can rack up $267 million, imagine how many billions are being lost and how many deaths could have been prevented. Which, the 21 people must be the, I'm assuming it's the same number that Nick Shirley, the guy Nick Shirley was interviewing there at the end of his video. But like 21 people for that much money, when it's definitely thousands of people involved with this. Actually hundreds of thousands of people more than likely, because then you have the people, the ringleaders, and then you have like the secretaries and the different things like that. Then you have the people, the multiple different businesses and everything like that too. It's probably like there's so many people involved with this. But 21 people alone, 257 million. I know the government will still do nothing better with our taxes, even if all the fraud was gone. But still, imagine how imagine a world where if all the fraud was gone, our taxes would be lower because of it. Right? They didn't use it for some other stupid government program instead, right? They actually just lowered our taxes because all the fraud was gone. What do you think the tax rates would be? I think the highest tax bracket, if I remember correctly, would be like I think the highest is like what, 25 or 30% is the highest tax bracket that you get hit with for if you make like over a certain amount of six figures, I mean. And then the lowest is like 10% there. So like imagine this hypothetical alternate dimension where the world actually worked properly. Like if all the fraud was gone, would the highest percentage be like what, 15 instead? And the lowest being like 2% if all the fraud was gone? I know it's not realistic whatsoever. This is a hypothetical. I'm just kind of curious, like if somebody were to do the math on if all the fraud was gone, both on the state and federal level, how low the taxes would be if they actually did lower in response to it. The highest was 50%. I'm pretty sure that's in Europe. There. And when the income tax was introduced, it was like $1, and only applied to people like Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and Soros, etc. Well, back then $1 was a lot, but yes, I get what you mean. It was not a lot of money, and still only for the richest of the rich, right? Actually, literally taxing the rich, Zoran Mandami style. Well, except Zoran Mandami style is actually a lot worse, but that was essentially the thingy. Danish tax is over 80% in total. That's why I left. Oh my fucking god, 80%? I can't... And honestly, I won. I can't exactly blame you for that. I know I said don't leave your country, but at the same time, 80% of your taxes is ridiculous. I know Arch told me it's close to 80% as well for him in Norway. Something about the Scandinavian countries decided, like, you're gonna be perpetually poor. I know we have all this oil money coming in to help with our government. It subsidizes everything and stuff like that. But no, we're still gonna tax you 80% because we can. Or better yet, vote for Newsom because his wife is white. Absolute bellends. Actually, his wife is Jewish. No, that's the craziest thing about the people being like, yeah, vote for Gavin Newsom because he's a trad wife man, right? White man. His wife is Jewish. Guess what? Judaism works with a matriarchal lineage. So now his kids are technically Jewish because they go based off the woman. And they're like, oh yeah, well let's vote for them. White? Not to mention, she's an absolute horrible person. God, I had a video of her that I wanted to react to on stream like a week or two ago. I didn't get around to it. She is insufferable. Duh. 76% tax in Ireland? What? But how do people survive? I know you guys are like perpetually poor, but like how do you guys survive? Which is why I still don't believe in socialism if it's 90% white. See, that's a good argument to be against it, because it's going to be based off your taxes. You're not going to have any money. I much rather, even if the demographics did change and we were, 99% whites, like we should be. Like, I still, like, the fact that the government takes my money from me and I have no way to control where the money is being spent, like, I'd rather, like, okay, maybe a little bit, right? Because I want, like, the roads argument, right? The libertarian and the road argument. I would be nice to have somebody else pave the roads, right? So a little bit of taxes here and there for like the essentials, because our government is there for like the military purpose, right? You still need the government to function for some bare necessities to actually protect the citizens and the sovereign nation. But other than that, I don't want to be taxed whatsoever, because I'm not sick 24/7. I'm not in an accident 24/7. I'm not needing food stamps 24/7. Alright? I don't have all these different welfare programs. My dad is old and little boomer. Excuse me. But he's not in hospice care yet, right? Like, I'd rather have the money in my pocket and have a savings account or invest in stocks or other, things as well, hedge funds, and build up the money that way by actually having that money. And then when I need the money, I pull it out for whatever the emergency actually is. Versus the government takes 80% of it, I'm stuck with barely nothing. I'm not actually using the government services because I have no need to do the government service, use the government services, and I can barely afford to pay my bills because I have 20% of my income left over. What else am I supposed to be doing? They suck ass at getting road work done, though. That is true. That is true. Where I live, we have 2 fucking seasons. 2 seasons. And that is winter and construction. And it's never ending. It's always construction. And sometimes they work on roads that don't need to be fixed. And they finally fix the roads that do need to be fixed. And they're still ass. It's like, okay, well, at least I have roads, right? My taxes, I guess, are going to something. Yeah, because it's still taxes, right? Yeah. The 2 best ways to make money are preferred stocks and qualified dividends. I've heard hedge funds are actually pretty good to invest in as well. But I'm a dumb woman and I don't know how to invest. And I know you guys in chat had told me to invest in various things before. But unless you point me, or you give me the link and tell me to click these specific buttons to do so, I don't understand. I'm too scared. Right? Money is very confusing. Okay, numbers are hard. I'm scared I'm gonna be scammed by some investor. Because I've heard those stories that somebody goes to one of those investor fund groups so they take care of their money for you, and they purposely put them in bad places over the cases, or skim a little bit of the top over the case. I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay. For tax purposes? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense here. Turns out taxation is left. Coming up next, small rounds where borders are. Yeah, I just hate everything. I just hate everything about fucking government. But unfortunately, I'm also an authoritarian, so I need the government to deport the fucking nuns. Right? And go after people like Gavin Newsom. Because, Gavin Newsom's actively lying, right? He's had multiple Twitter spats with Nick Shirley, calling the worst of the worst names, actively engaging in fraud, helping cover for lies, and yet he is still the governor of California. He should be arrested at bare minimum, at most executed for fucking treason at this point. And he's still allowed to just wander off and nothing actually happens from it. Nothing actually happens. I hate the government. But I need the federal government to actually do stuff, because the only way to fix everything is with the federal government, like Bukele. Yeah. I live numbers. Well, good for you, because math has never been my specialty. Math has always been like, I can do basic addition and subtraction and very simple multiplication and division, and that's about it. Anything more complicated than that makes my brain hurt. I was good at geometry, though. I was very good at geometry. Everyone else was struggling with geometry, and I'm sitting here like, wow, this is actually easy. This is like formulas. Formulas are easy. You plug this number into A, and this number into B, and then you get C. It's very simple when it comes to geometry. And, figuring out the angles for the triangles and various other things. So it's all based off formulas. You just have to remember the formulas, which is the hardest part of it. But, that's it. Versus you get to algebra or calculus, and I'm just like, why? Where did that number come from? I don't know. What do you mean? Where's the formulas at? I just have to materialize it from thin air? I don't understand. I don't get it. This is getting really complicated here. But I've heard geometry is actually supposed to be really hard for people, but it was so easy. Algebra and calculus? No. No. That's impossible for me to figure that out. But I was really good at history and English and literature. I was always good at that. I've gotten multiple awards for writing books and drawing the art, for my papers and various things. I've gotten, for the AP tests, I've gotten, high scores for those. Good credits for going to college that I flunked out of, right? All this other stuff. Not when it comes to math. It's not that bad, woman. It really is that bad. It really is that bad, okay? Calculus is hard. Calculus is hard when there was 5 other subjects you had to remember and learn. Not gonna lie, thank you. I'm glad somebody else understands my pain. But then again, I am a dumb woman, so don't expect much out of me. Gavin's a literal seditious traitor. I would agree with that, but I think a lot of politicians are traitors and should be executed for it. The Void is good at soft sciences. Who would have guessed? I know, almost like stereotypes exist for a reason. Anyways, let me see here. Okay. I do want to talk about this, so I did bring it up in stream earlier. So still on the topic of California, but getting a little bit away from the fraud specifically. I hate the homeless. I hate the homeless. I saw this video today, and every single emotional feeling I could possibly have as a woman, right? I literally felt my ovaries arching up. Okay? I could feel the weight in my chest just sink like 1,000 pounds in the ocean when I saw this video today. Because, animal advocates in Los Angeles are sounding the alarm on what Mayor Bass has allowed to happen to animals on Skid Row. Dogs are tied up, desperate for water. Another dog was rescued with rocks in her stomach. One homeless woman had 11 dogs and cats confined to 4 cages, admitted to tying a dog's mouth shut so she wouldn't bark. Another dog was rescued with eyes and privates glued shut. One dog had a leg rotting so badly it had to be amputated. The dog's owner was on drugs and had been trying to dissect the leg with tweezers. Puppies are being sold on the street, others are being left for dead and thrown away like trash. Some are being used to test drugs, making sure nothing is laced with the fentanyl. This horror goes on daily, and Mayor Bass is doing little to address it. She's too busy defeating illegals and wasting critical resources on them. If watching this video doesn't enrage you and demanding government action, then I know what to say. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier in stream, I didn't know Skid Row existed. I don't live in California. Okay, I just knew them as a band, 18 in life, and that's about it. I had to look up what Skid Row was, and I was flabbergasted at the horrors I saw just on Google Images. And then we get to the video itself, and it's like, oh, wow. All these people should be sent to the gas chamber then. Okay, got it.
The day we were on Skid Row for this story, we found this dog tied up in the sun, unattended, desperately in need of water. Once this dog was rescued, an x-ray showed rocks in her stomach. Joey says a homeless woman had 11 dogs and cats confined to 4 cages and admitted to tying this dog's mouth shut so she wouldn't bark.
We rescued a dog that had her
This is really hard to watch. This is... I should have paused on this, because this is... If I start crying, I'm sorry.
eyes and privates glued shut. One, his leg was rotting so bad it had to be amputated. We found out later that the guy who was severely on drugs was trying to dissect the leg with tweezers.
Jonathan Parker is the co-founder of Starts With One Today. He spent the last 3 years trying to change the way helpless animals are treated.
It is frustrating, but at the end of the day, it's like, if we don't do it, no one will do it.
He says puppies are being sold on the street, others left for dead, thrown away like trash. Some are being used to test drugs, making sure nothing is laced with fentanyl.
When you start abusing dogs, that's when we step up and want to say, okay, now this is how you're supposed to take care of them, you know? Feed them, give them water, you know? But it's kind of hard to tell a person who can't even feed themselves to go feed a dog.
Esmeralda lives in the area.
Well, the thing is, I feel like it's being way too generous by getting this on the local news, is that they don't actually care about the dogs. Right? They're just using them for entertainment and torturing purposes. Most of these people on Skid Row are nuns and drug users. Actually, pretty much all of them are. Based off my little bit of research I did when I found out what the fuck Skid Row was. This is a huge area of LA that's just filled with homeless. And we're not talking about like veteran homeless here, right? We're talking about the worst of society that are huge drug addicts and foreign invaders that weren't able to scam the system properly and just live here just to exist. Actually, existing is actually too generous here. Like, they don't actually care about the animals. It's literally their passing to entertainment. I mean, if they actually cared about the animal, why would you glue the privates shut, right? You kind of need the dog to piss. But if you glue the privates shut, then the dog can't actually pee. That doesn't take much. I feel like even low IQ can figure that out, but they don't care. They don't care. They're just torturing these animals just for fun because they have nothing better to do. Because they're homeless and they're just drugged out of their fucking mind. These are awful people. They shouldn't be assisted whatsoever. They should be rounded up and taken care of properly, if you know what I mean. Like, I have very little sympathy for the homeless, just in general. And now you add in these vile, repulsive people? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. They should be rounded up just like the fucking foreigners and need to be deported, right? And I think the people who come in illegally should get the death sentence. These people know better. No fucking better. Get rid of them completely.
And says the abuse happens day and night.
A guy was on fentanyl and beating a dog, a little dog. It's bad because I try to help the dogs, the animals, but there's so much I can do myself without putting myself in danger.
Animal advocates say
yes, because this is Skid Row, which is, once again, filled with the worst of people. And so if you go down here and you look like, you know, you go in your jeans and your regular t-shirt and you're clean, or like a regular person, you're putting your life at risk because you're probably, especially even in the middle of the day, as it's just filled with other drug addicts and criminals in this area. So it's not like they're going to be helping you in any way, shape, or form. They're going to be dogpiling you, pun not intended, I guess, and trying to steal your stuff at best, if not outright murdering you at fucking worst. And going in and trying to save animals is a really risky endeavor when the people abusing these animals are just demons. Absolute fucking demons here.
Officials, including Mayor Karen Bass, aren't doing enough and blame LAPD for not enforcing the law. LA City Council member Isabel Jurado oversees the district that includes Skid Row. Her office did not reply to multiple requests for comment. The office of Mayor Karen Bass released a statement saying, in part, more than 100 LAPD Central Bureau officers have received intensive training focused on animal cruelty. Since then, animals have been rescued. Multiple citations and arrests have been made. If you would like to learn more about how you...
That's not actually taking care of the problem. Like, that's just like very surface level, just like the fraud, the Attorney General, who arrested those 20-some people, for committing fraud right after Nick Shirley exposed some fraud in California. It's just a little surface, wiping it off, not actually taking care of the problem, a little band-aid solution to say, oh yeah, we're totally doing something, and you're not actually addressing the real problem at hand, which is the homeless problem. And like chat's saying, 2 is considered multiple. Like, exactly. I care less, well, welcome in Despair too. Welcome in. Nice to see you around. I care less about the people than the animals. Yes, that's my stance too. Like, people who abuse animals, especially in these such cruel ways, they are monsters. They're not even animals themselves. They are actually monsters and should be eradicated. Versus these poor innocent dogs and cats that didn't do anything. We have spent how many years taming and genetically modifying dogs and cats to be the perfect compatible animals to work with humankind. And, you know, we have all these different dog breeds for a reason because they all have different skills, which, and speaking of dog breeds and how they're all dogs, but they all have very different genetics, both on looks, fur color, and skills that they have. Isn't that funny how dogs have different types, but not for humans? Anyway, right? When we did this, and these poor dogs are so loyal, and they still would stay with their abuser just because that's how dogs are, because we brought them that way on purpose. And you don't even have the soul to take care of them properly. Yeah, no, you should not be anywhere near a living creature. Not even a bug. But hopefully you'd be dead by then. Amal's a dog too, but she's not well trained at all. I got that dog in me. Even in movies with the worst people in the world, assassins who would take out anything, the rules always been show they wouldn't take out babies or animals. Yes. Though there is something to be said that taking care of animals is definitely a more Western concept. It's not something very common in the rest of the world. Like, the Haitians eat the cats and the dogs. The Chinese, there's multiple videos out there of Chinese abusing cats and dogs, and geese, and like other random animals just for fun. Indians have abuse them as well. The only one that are sacred are the cows, in their case. Like, it's very much a Western concept for actually extending empathy out to other creatures. Because keep in mind, all these other nuns, they have very little empathy for and actual care for their own people. There's a reason why they're so violent and their murder rate is so high. And that's within their own kind, with actual real human beings. Which I have been saying that these homeless people are actual literal monsters, but they're actually because they're, 1, homeless drug addicts and a waste of space, and 2, abusing animals. Versus a random person on the street, I don't care. I'm not gonna rain up like he's an opposite gang member. I'm not gonna like attack him, whatever the case is. Like, we don't have that really in the modern Western world, especially. It's very much a uniquely Western concept to extend sympathy and care to almost all animals, and not just one specific kind of holy animal, to all animals. And even when it comes to the ones that we eat, right, with the halal slaughter, the Muslims have a very specific way to kill animals that are supposed for religious reasons, before you can actually eat them, and it's absolutely barbaric. I never actually saw a video until relatively recently of it actually occurring, and it's you would throw up fucking watching that kind of stuff because of how they just slit the animal's throat and just toss it aside and everything like that. It's just completely barbaric. And that's for animals that they eat. Versus us on the West, we constantly think of humane options to kill the animals before we eat. Like there's one that I saw of pigs where they go through a little bit of machine, which is a little bit kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie, but still. They get a little of electric shock on the side of their head, and then they collapse, and it's dead. And it's not exactly fun watching an animal die, but it's much better than lifting it up and slitting its neck and throwing it off to the side. Like, it's night and day difference going on there. And then obviously you have the crazy fucking vegans, and vegetarians, but mostly the vegans, or PETA. Although PETA does do animal abuses, but they try to lie and guise it under actual animal care, who want to stop people from eating all animals. Once again, completely like Western concepts when it comes to it. And then we have these homeless camps, which by the way are mostly filled with nuns and severe drug addicts and worst of the worst criminals here. Just not care. Just not care whatsoever. Like, yeah, it's awful, absolutely awful. But here we are, within America, just allowing this to occur. The UK is renowned as an animal-loving culture. Humans would/have died to try and save the lives of animals. Yeah, I would die to save my dog. My dog is 15 years old. I would die to save him. I know he's only got a few years left, and I don't really like to think about it very often, but I would die to save him because I love my dog. He's been my best friend, my companion for 15 years, for a vast majority of my life at this point. I don't really remember a time where I didn't have him in my life. And when he had his health scare last year, which lasted for multiple months, I thought it was going to be over at that point. Thankfully he got better and around summertime, roughly, and he's been good since then, but it's still yeah, I just can't get over it. But still, just actual vast majority of people out there don't care about dogs. Rabbits, fish, tarantulas, snakes, all animals with little to no useful traits for humans to exploit, but whites care for them anyway because we have great care for nature. Also, why Europe and America are leaders in any climate resolution, even if they don't work and make things worse or benefit China and India solely. Yeah, like dogs and cats were trained, through literally thousands of years of generations to be domesticated to be the best animals. But in the modern world, you have people that keep fish, tarantulas, and snakes and rabbits, which are not useful whatsoever, like you said. But we did anyway because why not? And they're a bit more on the strange size, but still. And then, like, the thing you point out with China, India solely, like, we have. Listen, I'm a conservationalist. I'm not an environmentalist, right? I don't want to be associated with those people. I'm a conservationalist. I love nature. I love touching grass. I love hiking, kayaking, going out and exploring the forest and the wilderness in general. I love it dearly. And I love the fact they have national and state parks and everything like that. But I hate all the climate resolutions that we have because a lot of it is just communism. It's just green communism, excuses for the government to tax us more and regulate us even more to make us more useful citizens. Meanwhile, China and India, combined together, make 80% of the world's pollution. Those two countries alone make 80% of the world's fucking pollution, with India being a great example of how, like, the Ganges River is so disgusting and polluted. They had so many dead bodies in it that they sent flesh-eating turtles to try to clean up the floor bed of the Ganges River because of how many dead bodies was in it. But the turtles died because of how polluted the actual water is in itself from all the chemicals and trash within it. Our China's infamous for the smog as well. And we don't do anything to sanction them or punish them if we're actually caring about the climate. When those two countries alone cause almost all the harm in the world when it comes to pollution? Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Like, if we actually truly cared about the climate, we'd be go after that we would be going after them, but we don't. Dogs used to be a working animal no matter the breed, but it's a relatively recent thing in history for the man with the role being strictly a pet. But even when they're a working animal, we still had great care for them. We still didn't abuse them and, glue their eyes shut and all this other stuff, right? And yeah, they would be beaten, but like everybody got beaten and whipped back in the day. Obviously, slaves, animals, children. They were definitely crueler to animals, but they were still nicer overall to the animal and the breed. And like even chihuahuas, right? Because I have a chihuahua myself, which makes me a fascist based off a Twitter post, which is great because I get to be Hitler. They're rat dogs because they used to actually kill and chase rats. Nowadays, they're just lap dogs and they're just meant for cuteness, and I'm not complaining. I would never set my poor little boy to go after a rat. Even when he's a puppy and had all his teeth. But they're still great dogs, and I'm very happy about that. Sorry, I'm so burpy tonight. I think medieval people didn't love their dogs. Oh, I think they did. I really did. They did. They were a little bit like, it's kind of like this is the reason why I compared it with humans in this case, because go back 100 years ago and kids would be beaten. They would not just spanked, right? They would be beaten for fucking things up. We did the same with animals with dogs, but didn't change the fact that we didn't love dogs or our kids back when we actually used to beat them. So, and we've obviously changed from just straight up beating things. For better or for worse. I still think spanking's a good thing. I think we actually overcorrected a little bit too much when it comes to children. But animals are innocent, right? They don't... This is the rule... Oh, this is one of the things that really irritates me when it comes to animal abuse especially. Is that... And I guess it's actually the core of the irritation, right? Is that animals are innocent. They cannot comprehend what is happening. They can understand, like, they're not dumb. They're not completely dumb. We train them well. They can understand different commands and cues, and they can kind of understand human languages too, especially like the smarter dogs. So they're not completely dumb, but you can't actually communicate with them on with sentences like we can with humans, right? We can't actually speak that specific language to be like, yes, this is exactly what's happening. So they can't comprehend when certain things occur. They can only trust you because you've fed them before in the past and you've taken care of them in the past. Even if you've been really, really horrible to them, they still understand basic things, but they can't understand the whole. They're innocent. Innocent, pure creatures. And to then just glue their eyes in private shut and give them fentanyl to see if it's actually laced with anything worse. Or just actually straight up beat them and flog them, or let their legs rot and dissect them and all this other crazy stuff. Just, the dog doesn't understand what's happening. It just knows it's in pain. That's it. It's awful. It's just awful. I can't. Imagine like my poor little boy. Just something bad happening to him, and he just doesn't understand why it's happening. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it to him. I hate to say it, but some humans have been bad to dogs. Selective breeding programs have ruined some races. Oh, I agree. Like, pugs are a great example. If you look at a pug, like it was 100 years ago, it was an actual, like, normal dog. You can tell there was some, like, breeding, purposes happening there. But you can tell it was a normal dog. Actually, let me pug photo from 100 years ago. Here. Okay, here we go. Some rough pictures of them, right? So this is supposedly a pug from 1880. It actually has a snout, okay? A longer tail. It has a snout. The pug? No snout. Nothing. It's a flat, wrinkly fucking face and a little curled tail there. Or like even this one, you can definitely tell the face was flattening there. But it's not as rounded and not as bad as like this one or as fat. Like it's still, you can just tell the differences. Or like in this case, here's like a bull terrier where it actually looks like a regular terrier here and has this like weird fucking body frame going on now. Like it's just, it's so sad what we've done with like pugs, especially. I think they're like the worst case of selective breeding within dogs. Because you literally took an actual functioning, healthy dog and you made it so dysgenic that it has a very short lifespan, a very short, it has health problems from the day that they're fucking born, constantly needs medical attention, all this stuff. Like, I think at this point, if you get a pug, and you're not saving it from somebody else, like adopting it to help take care of it, I think you're cruel. I think you're a bad person if you, unless you're like ignorant, but like still, I think part ignorance is kind of the problem in this case too. I think you're a bad person if you get a pug, because you're just helping prolong the breeding, right? You're part of the economy here. You're a demand that's bringing the supply of more pugs being bred and allowing them to continue with such dysgenic features that literally fucking kills them because they can't breathe. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Like, they should just... I don't really like animals being extinct, like different lines of animals being extinct. But unless we actually try to make pugs be normal again and actually give them their snouts back, I just think the line should just die out. Which I have heard there are groups that are doing that, but that does require them mixing with other dogs. So then it's like, okay, well then are they actually a pug at that point? Which is its own different kind of question there. But at the same time, it's kind of worth it too, because if you're going to keep the pug, then you know help carry on while allowing it to survive. Retro pugs are being bred to replace modern pugs. See, that's kind of my that's why I was brought up there by the end. So like that's a good thing, but I still just think, I don't know, if they don't, it just sucks. It just sucks to see what's happened to them. Novelty bred breeds are immoral, in my opinion. I would agree. The one and only time race mixing is healthy. Actually, yes. Though there is more in common with a pug with another small dog than there are with a white and a black, but that's a different story. Still couldn't advocate pugs. Yeah, I don't like pugs myself. I find them ugly, and the fact that they're obviously bred to be so unhealthy. But I do like small dogs. Like, I like big dogs when they're other people's dogs, because it's nice to go over to somebody's house and play with a big dog. But actually taking care of a big dog is a lot of work. You have to constantly walk them, constantly give them exercise. Like, usually, you know, you have to need a lot more rigorous training because of how smart they are and all the different capabilities they have. And that's not for me personally. I am lazy. I like a lap dog. I want a dog that I can feed, I can let outside, I can play with, but nothing too crazy because it's small and, you know, doesn't have, like, has a lot of energy, right? But, like, not, like, crazy amounts of energy where it needs constant walks, you know, 5 times a day like the bigger dogs. And it lays on my lap and sleeps. It's great. So that way I can still be with the dog and still cuddle with it. And I can do other things at the same time. I love small dogs. They're great. No, it's not a fill-in for a baby. Fuck you. Doberman Pinscher, that's a real dog. Those are good. I had a Doberman until I had a Doberman until my mom killed her. That was cool. Maybe if my mom didn't kill my Doberman, I probably would have liked bigger dogs more. But then a couple years later, I got my Chihuahua, and my Chihuahua's perfect. I love him dearly. He's the best thing ever that happened in my life. So I'm happy with my dog. I'm happy with my dog. And then my dad did get a German Shepherd when I was a teenager, but I was against it because I knew we wouldn't have the time to actually properly take care of her. And she's a good dog, and obviously we don't mistreat her or anything like that, but once again, big dog needs higher demands. What the fuck, killed your dog? Yeah, my mom killed my dog. My Doberman. That was cool. I'll tell the story since I brought it up. Sorry for being a little bit depressing here at the end of the stream, but I got her in kindergarten because I really wanted a dog, and I love puppy. I wanted a dog, right? And I'm not sure where my dad got her, but we got the Doberman puppy. She was a great dog, absolutely lovable. Little piece of shit, but I mean, you know, she's a puppy, right? We only had her for 6 months though, because my dad worked night shift, and my dad put her outside before he went to work, and it was dark out. Doberman, black dog. Keep this in mind. And he told me before he left that to bring her in before I go to bed, which wasn't going to be that much later because I was a young child, and I go to bed early when you're young, right? My mom was drinking, and now looking back, I realized that she was already pretty drunk when this occurred. And I went to go get my dog to bring her back inside before going to bed. And I was calling for her. She didn't come immediately, but we have a big yard, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And she was sitting on the couch, and she became very irritated with me. And she kept on insisting me just to go to bed. And I was like, well, no, I gotta bring the dog in. That's what Dad told me to do before he left. And she's like, no, just go to bed. I'm like, no, I have to bring the dog in because, you know, we don't want anything to happen to her. You know, just give me a few more minutes and I'll get the dog and I'll go to bed. And she's like, no, you have to go to bed right now. And she started like yelling at me like crazy. And then she said that she would bring the dog inside. And so I was like, okay, then fine. I went to bed. I woke up. My dad got me ready for school. I came home from school. And I found my dad using the tractor digging a hole. Turns out, she got hit by a car. And my dad asked me when I ran out to the tractor, being like, because I was curious what he was doing and where the dog was. And he asked me, why didn't I bring her inside? I told him what happened. And, needless to say, he was pissed. And I know that did pretty good. I know that did damage to their relationship, which is good. I'm very glad it did damage to the relationship because fuck that bitch. And that also did damage to my relationship with my mom. That was a huge crack, in my relationship with her, because of that. And so yeah, I blame her for killing my dog. So, yep. Sorry about that. Sorry. I don't really like talking about her. Like I bring out how much I hate her and how horrible she is, but I don't actually really give examples of how bad she is because it's obviously we talk lots of black pills here on stream, but you know, trauma dumping is not exactly a pleasant experience for anybody, and it's not, you know, for you, for me, for anything like that, in this case. So my apologies for doing that so late in stream. There. Free therapy session, I'll charge you for the next one. Hey, listen. Chat was wondering how she killed my dog. There. Yeah. Thank you for the head pets, guys. Hashtag drama dump, yeah. Not just being irresponsible, but trying to make you feel, make you less responsible. Sheaf, they're terrible. Yeah. Like, I know now that she was drinking, but, like, yeah, it was not great. It was not a great experience, because, especially since, then I almost, it was not great. It was not great. There. I still know where she's buried. Like, I still remember it clear as fucking day. And, I was, because of that, I was always been very concerned with my chihuahua. Thankfully, my mom's dead. You know, fucking karma came after their fucking bitch ass. But with my chihuahua, I was always very, very, hesitant to have him around her after that happened, because I was just like, I don't trust you. I don't trust you with my dog. Last time I trusted you with my dog, it got killed. No matter how this happens, streams are entertainment, but also learning to let sleeping dogs lie is a useful life skill. Yeah, I would probably say that, and I'll be honest, I'm not exactly the best at letting sleeping dogs lie. Well, yes and no, right? My sister told me this a few years ago. I do think it's true after I thought about it for a while. That even though my mom's been dead for a very long time, I'm still actually not over her. Like, I'm still very angry at her. Like, I never, like... And my sister was trying to get me to go, like, therapy to, like, you know, talk through it and try to, like, you know, get over it. But I just... Part of me doesn't, like, really want to get over it either. Like... Because to me, it's like... Because before she died, I was running on spite. I just wanted to get the fuck away from her. And my whole life goal was just to get away from her, no matter what the case is. And then she died, and I kind of lost that reasoning, and was lost for a little bit of a while. But even now to this day, you know, as I've refocused my life, refocused my priorities, all the different stuff like that, I still find that she's a good reminder to what not to be. And, you know, maybe there's a healthier way to go about it without getting so angry and upset whenever she's brought up. But... at the same time, I don't want to be like her. I don't want to be that kind of mother. And if anger helps me avoid going down that route, then I will pay that price. Like, if as best as possible. Therapy doesn't help. They often just prescribe pills. See, that's also how I feel too. But like, when it comes to it, I mean, talking does help, as Shredder mentions, talking does help with it, but like, it doesn't change the fact that, like, technically it's been ages at this point. But I don't know. I'm not gonna forgive, right? I'm not gonna forgive. I'm not gonna forget. I'm gonna use it as motivation and energy to keep going forward, I guess. And, you know, even if I do bring up my horrible mother whenever I talk about women, right, and how awful they are, I don't kind of care. Because I think, because I really do think that my mom being so horrible and my dad being so amazing is the reason why, one of the main reasons why I was able to pull out of the SJW phase at a very early age. Because when they started talking about, you know, hashtag kill all men, and all men are evil, all cops are bastards, all this other different vile rhetoric pointed towards men, when it started getting, like, way more common and heated back in, like, 2014-15 time period, I thought to myself, no, I don't want to kill all men. My dad's amazing. I love my dad. My mom's a piece of shit. Obviously, it's not all men. And that kind of mentality, and seeing that kind of rhetoric coming out of the left, helps get me on a better line in that case. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to, like, excuse it for whatever the case is. But, oh well. Yeah. That's what I do. All my black pills burn for the fire that keeps me going. And thank you, Animate Acumen, for being a member for 3 months on YouTube. Thank you. Oh boy, a Malapute. I know. Terrifying. She's gonna trauma dump again. If I should do that stuff. There. Okay. Have I missed anything in the Super Chat arena? Because I feel like I have. I feel like... maybe it's because of yesterday I missed some things. God's Goofiest Guy, yes, Subby Bubby. I remember thanking you, but thank you again for it. Let me see. Ah, Misaki CZE. Misaki CZ. Thank you for being a Subby Bubby for a month now. Thank you. That was out of stream. And then let's see. I know I miss Baldur Zach. Thank you for the sub up here 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought there was more than that, 'cause I know but I might have. I don't know. But regardless, thank you everybody. Thank you everyone who's been a subby bubby over on Kick. I know I'm not exactly the best at thanking them, especially when they're like out of stream stuff. But still, thank you so much for that, cut. But thank you for the support there. Hell yeah. Learn from her example of what not to do as a wife and mother. Yes. Like the thing is, like I know I have traits from her. Like I have her eyes, for example, and not even just physical stuff. I know I have different like personality aspects from her too, and it irritates me. And I try to like fight against it, but it's easier said than done because a lot of it is I'm not sure like a biological or like it's nature versus nurture type of situation where like it is a little bit part of nature, so like I like there's that, or if it's like nurture because of how, you know, even though I hated her and everything that she did, and then there's that aspect. I'm not exactly sure, but I do try to fight against it. Just this isn't easy, and I kind of recognize the traits that she has in myself, and I just like there. Her eyes. Did you remove them with a spoon or your thumbs? Actually, neither. But for the longest time, I hated my eyes because of her, actually. I'm not kidding. Like, I wasn't until high school that I started appreciating them when I realized how rare they are. And I was like, oh shit, I won the genetic lottery actually with having green eyes. That's actually a miracle there. Because of how rare green eyes are. They're the rarest actual like color besides like gray. Gray is certainly a shade of blue. But the gray is like extremely rare like type of situation instead. So like, but I technically have the rarest like color eyes that are like more, I guess, natural, you could possibly say, because the gray is kind of like a genetic abnormality type of situation, and blue anyway. And so it's like, oh, okay, well now I feel like I won the genetic lottery, so I'm a lot happier now. But I used to hate my eyes because of it. You'll always be your genetics, but humans have more evolved instincts and evolved past it. You just have to be aware. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. For better or for worse. Probably more worse, but you know, hey. Thank you, Rasmus, for the 20 Donkey Kong coins. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Random coin, get bullied, nerd. Thank you. I appreciate getting bullied. Remember, chat, the best way to solve emotional problems is to bully them further. I miss you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mel Lorolo. Sorry, I might... Hold on, let me try this again. Mel Lorolo. English is hard. But regardless, thank you for the $2 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I miss you means I love you. I would agree with that. Seeing though definitely wouldn't be using that for my mom. But yeah, no, I miss you means I want you to be around me, and I miss your presence, and you make me happy when you're in my life, which is I love you. So yeah, I would agree. There. Knowing your own weaknesses is a big thing though. It's identified if you can go against them more efficiently. Yeah, but of course, it's one thing to, like, it's kind of like the first step to recognizing the problem is to admit that you have a problem, right? It's basically that. But at the same time, you can recognize you have a problem, but if you don't do anything to try to solve it, then, well, that's on you, right? That's on you, right? And, you know, working on actually having to solve the problem is, harder than even addressing that you have a problem, in my personal opinion, because that takes active effort to do so. And that is where I definitely am on the worst side of things, because I'm a lazy piece of shit, which is something I got from her, ironically enough, which is one of those cases where I need to actually fix being a lazy piece of shit. It's like a endless Ouroboros, right? Endless cycle there. Okay, then let me... Okay, sorry. I almost cut the Rumble Bros again. Let me see. Is anybody live on Rumble? Sorry. Let me just look up VTubers. Like, isn't there a... I know there's a VTuber category on Rumble, surprisingly enough. Okay, I'm not... Okay, well, let's see here instead. Who is... See, I don't really like rating on Rumble because it's... I don't know. I don't really like the options for rating. I don't know a lot of people, and some of them are like, I don't know. What's this person? This person looks cute. Kick, Twitch, and Rumble. What's this? Who's this Pixel Kitten person? Oh, it's a VTuber. Interesting. Looks like they're playing Baldur's Gate. I don't know who this person is. They are playing Baldur's Gate, but they're streaming on Rumble. So, I mean, hey, that's pretty cool for them. Obviously, so, Rumble Bros in particular in this case, I don't know who this person is. So be nice to them, be respectful, follow their rules, don't bring politics. Looks like they're just playing Baldur's Gate in this case. Just enjoy another VTuber that exists on Rumble. They're a very rare breed here, okay? Okay, Kick Bros, I am sending you over to Oko. And YouTube Bros, I'm sending you over to Mizu. Neither of them are political as well, so follow their rules. Remember, each and every one of you, Kick Bros, Rumble Bros, or YouTube Bros, if you bring up politics, you get thrown off the fucking building because you're gay. Got it? Got it. And then everybody else, for the Subby Babies and Kick, Bromo Premium, and members on YouTube and on Ko-Fi, there will be a members-only stream tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST. Everybody else, I'll see you guys on Monday at 7:45 p.m. EST. Sorry for a little trouble dump at the end, but I hope you guys did enjoy stream overall. Thank you for all the Subby Puppies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Bye. 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 Hasta la vista. Bye. 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 Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?